G'day, May 40 here. So why are so many of the biggest, most dominant, most popular talkers on the right, why are they so flamboyant? Why is camp a key part of right-wing punditry, and it's not on the left? So it's amusing to see all these op-eds and all these public commentaries about, I wish we lived in the days of Bill Buckley, when he would play Bach at the beginning of his public TV show Firing Line, and how he had the power to excommunicate bad people from the right. I mean, weren't those the days? But Bill Buckley was incredibly camp. His wife said after Bill Buckley's flamboyant debate with Gore Vidal in 1968, great, I'm married to a man that overwhelmingly America believes is gay. So Bill Buckley had so much in common with the Richard Spencers, the Milo Yiannopoulos, the Kim Kardashians, the Nick Fuenteses of the world. He was not this great towering intellect. He was an incredibly campy, flamboyant performer. And why is this type of camp, this type of flamboyance just so dominant on the right? From Bill Buckley to Richard Spencer to Nick Fuentes to Milo Yiannopoulos to Larry O'Connor to Sebastian Gorka, right? Why is camp dominant on the right? Right? Because camp gives these performers three things that they don't get from standard conservative masculinity. Now, this is all a little difficult for me to understand because I'm the strong silent type. Right? I'm the type of bloke who stands sheltered from the rain, and I look out onto the street and I see other blokes like scampering, like prancing fawns to try to minimize their contact with rain. And for me, as the strong silent type, is just a trad male. I mean, rain, snow, sunshine, I just walk the same. I'm not going to be scampering around in the rain. And so someone with the verbal dexterity and the flamboyance of Nick Fuentes or Bill Buckley, it's a foreign language from me because words don't come easily to me. I'm just the strong silent type. So we used to think of the right as just full of bland, buttoned-down Christian men. And it's the flamboyance and the camp that allows a persona to just cut through this beige mentality. So I guess camp and flamboyance is a fast climb to visibility. Also, in an age where it's very easy to get canceled, camp gives you irony, right? Camp allows you to be ironic, and irony then gives you deniability. You can say something sharp, and then you can back away from it with a wink. So I guess this is perfect for modern media combat. It gives you an aura, right? Theatricality creates mystique. I think Richard Spencer in high school thought he was going to be a theatrical director when he grew up, and he did become a theatrical director. So I guess if you act above it all, people can project depth onto you, and your campy, flamboyant performance becomes a status signal. Right-wing talkers generally want to be characters, and so camp can make you a character fast. So left-wing or queer camp is all about play, artifice, breaking norms. It's all about joy and rebellion. Right-wing camp has a different energy. It comes from the same tension, but not the same freedom. Right? It's a theatricality along with these claims of traditional masculinity, and it's that contradiction that creates the charge. So when someone performs exaggerated mannerisms while preaching order, discipline, and hierarchy, the whole thing becomes surreal. Right? The persona feels unstable in a way that draws attention. So camp is a tool to reject the mainstream. Right? Left-wing camp says, let's break the rules. Right-wing camp says, I am the rule, even when I break it. So it's a weird double move that creates flair. Camp is a shield. So left-wing camp is about openness to trans and gay and all sorts of other identities. Right-wing camp is a mask. Right? You get this talk about seriousness, faith, honor, duty, strength, but it is delivered in incredibly flamboyant style. So what the heck is going on here?
That I'm going to read to you from, because it's so instructive. It's so vivid. It's got so much texture to it that explains how young men find themselves fans of Fuentes, fans of Candace Owen, fans of two people who Charlie Kirk did not agree with regarding what's the source of inspiration. This guy, I've not heard of him. His name's Michael Jung. He's a writer and he's a researcher. He focuses on culture, political philosophy, and the rise of postmodernism. Seems like a very learned guy. He's also a dad. And his Twitter account is at WOKAL_distance. That's where he tweets. So here's what he writes about the central question of what is it that's causing young men to turn towards not just bros on podcasts, but these haters, these dark conspiracy-minded haters, followers of Hitler in some cases. Here's what he writes. I despise the group or movement. Again, that's the followers of Fuentes. But if you want to understand where Fuentes gets purchased with young men, I will tell you how it happened by telling you about my experience at the orientation night when my son joined elementary school band. So he's a dad, and he goes to the school to learn about his son's participation in band. Here's what he writes more. My 11-year-old son joined the elementary school band, and so I went to the parents' orientation night, which was held at a local high school. As the night went on, it became obvious to me why young men rage against the larger social system. I think he's spot on to focus on the schools, because that's where these young men are being acculturated. That's where they're getting their signals about what society thinks of them. Here's what he says. The classrooms were inundated with DEI messages and trans pride flags. On the walls, there were posters, stickers, and various decorations that all invoked the various totems of diversity. Black Lives Matter messaging, decolonization messaging, LGBTQ plus messaging, and basically every sort of race and gender, social justice messaging that you can imagine was present. Now, I'm saying these causes or these points of view should be banned from conversation, but he's finding what I hear from lots of folks that a lot of schools, this is what dominates. This is what dominates. This is the prevailing culture. He continues. When it comes to how the teachers behaved, I'm going to draw on both that night and the other times I've been at my son's school in order to explain it. To begin, the boys are treated almost as though they are defective girls. The feminine modes of interaction and socialization are treated as though they are the only legitimate modes of interaction and serve as a taken for granted way to properly interact and navigate the world. This is such a huge insight. These schools, a lot of female teachers, not only, they're teaching that feminine is good and masculine is bad, that feminine is normal and masculine is not. Now, we went through a long time in the history of society where the opposite was done. But what seems to have occurred is an overcorrection. Here's what he writes. My son often comes home from school and expresses utter frustration at the fact that his preferred way of communicating, as well as the things that are aligned with his temperament, are treated as though they were somehow inferior. Again, men, young men, boys are told your masculine ways of behaving that are natural to you as a boy, those are wrong. Those are bad. Then he keep reading here. Now I want you to imagine what it's like for an 11-year-old boy to be saturated in that environment day after day. He is an alien in his own school who is treated essentially like a ticking time bomb who needs to be effectively managed rather than engaged with and taught. And he knows this is happening. Boys aren't dumb. Continuing, it's hard to overstate the level of hostility towards boys that is floating around in the ambient culture of the school system. It isn't so much that there is an explicit form of anti-male bigotry, although examples of that exist. It's more that there is an overall...
So I'm a huge Mark Halperin fan. I think I started following him because Mickey Kaus was recommending Mark Halperin's Insights circa 2004. I love Mark Halperin's Two-Way show. I love his Next Up podcast. I particularly love his morning show with Sean Spicer on the right and Dan Turrentine on the left. And I'm bewildered, and I want to understand why on the same day, November 7, Dan Turrentine and Sean Spicer both announced that they were leaving the show. And they both noted that they would continue to run through the tape for the next 2 weeks. They gave heartfelt thanks to Mark Halperin, the show's founder. They emphasized their gratitude for the opportunity, for the collaborative experience. So they said they would come back at times. Like, why? Why did these guys leave? So Grok says, most likely answer, pursuit of better professional opportunities, maybe a contract expiration, maybe a financial realignment at Two-Way. Maybe it's a strategic pivot post-election. Maybe it's creative differences. Maybe there's internal drama. Maybe this ties to broader scandals, such as the feud between Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly. Maybe Megyn Kelly hasn't denounced Candace Owens sufficiently. Is this linked to Sean Spicer's exit due to Megyn Kelly's partial defense of Candace Owens? So Mark Halperin has hinted about replacements, possibly Larry Kudlow for Sean Spicer. I'm sure the show will go on. Anyone with insights on why these guys are leaving two-way?
Attitude of distaste for anything masculine and an utter indifference towards the interests, fortunes, and inner lives of young boys. I got to read that again. It's so accurate. An utter indifference towards the interests, fortunes, and inner lives of young boys. When you show an utter indifference to the interests, fortunes, and inner lives of young boys, Nick Fuentes walks in the room. The expectations, norms, rules, and standards of behavior cater to the sensibilities of girls and women. Now, he's overstating the case, I'm sure, just a little bit, but the general direction is spot on. Here's what he writes again. This is the entire social system that a young boy goes through from when he is 6 years old all the way until he's graduated from university. All this happens during their formative years. Now, imagine you're a young white male. You graduate from the school system and are released into the world only to find that the feminine modes of socialization pushed on you are entirely unfit for the purpose. That the social skills you were taught fail utterly in both the job markets young men tend towards, things like construction, engineering, building, landscaping, etc., and they have no purchase in the dating market. Okay? Here's how he concludes. Once you understand this, the real question is not...
And Protestant clergy are not adequately preparing men for reality. So the most popular, almost the dominant, almost the only explanation among Protestant clergy for problems between men and women and lack of people getting married and building families is that it's overwhelmingly men's fault. There's no attention paid by Protestant clergy, to my understanding, and I'm relying here on the analysis of Aaron Wren. There's no attention paid to any mistakes that women might be making. The Protestant clergy seem to be a pretty craven, weak, cowardly bunch. And they tell men, oh, if you just devote yourself to Jesus, devote yourself to the church, devote yourself to service and ministry, that's what will attract a woman. But that's not what will attract a woman. What will attract a woman is strength and status and the accumulation of resources and evidence that you are going to be a powerful man who will have the wherewithal to provide and protect his family.
Not why are some young men radicalizing? The real question is, why are there any young men at all who have not been radicalized? None of this, he says, is to excuse any of the extremist radicals like Fuentes who are attempting to harness the resentment and anger of young men for their evil purposes. The point is...
So I noticed with the alt-right, they never seem to be able to maintain alliances for very long. But it's even happening to two-way. I mean, what the heck is going on there? And why is it that the right-wing commentariat from Bill Buckley on is just so flamboyant? So Bill Buckley would do it with his artificial English diction and his use of these fancy $20 words. Richard Spencer would do it with his very careful grooming and his theatrical elegance. Nick Fuentes does it with irony, right? The right loves hierarchy, and I guess camp is another way to look different, above everyone else. So I guess it's a way to show that you're an outsider and superior. So left-wing camp is communal, communist. Right-wing camp is hierarchical, Nazi. The left-wing camp invites you in. The right-wing camp positions you as the performer above all other performers. So right-wing camp is not queer camp. It's not drag energy. It's theatrical masculinity. It's ironic aristocracy. It's grievance. It's performance. It's a display of peacocking. It is stylized superiority. So right-wing talkers drift into camp because they want its flair, they want its authority, they want to be magnetic. So you've got this combination of tradition, hierarchy, irony, moralizing, flamboyance, and claims of traditional masculinity. It's a very weird, dominant combo among right-wing talkers.
To get you to understand why young men will attach themselves to any voice who is willing to stridently call for the obliteration of the social system and ideology which lied to them during their formative years and is currently doing things which rob them of opportunities for advancement and success. And I'd add happiness in there for a lot of these boys. The institution have totally blown their credibility with young men.
So Bill Buckley talked for years about writing a serious book. He never produced a serious book because he was not a particularly serious man with much depth. So he tried hard to produce a serious book grounded in Ortega y Gasset's work, The Revolt of the Masses, but Buckley could never write it. Right? He wanted to create a grand civilizational critique, but with an American conservative spine. But he simply didn't have the cognitive power, the temperament, the patience, the discipline to ever develop such a work. So Buckley revered this book, The Revolt of the Masses. Right? Buckley was very much an aristocrat who kind of looked down on the common man, who didn't like the masses, yet the world would reward him when he played to the masses, when he'd say things like, oh, I'd rather be governed by the first 2,000 people in the Boston phone book than by the faculty at Harvard University. So the types of rhetoric that would get him the most applause and the most popularity was the rhetoric that went completely against what he really believed. So Buckley had a fantasy about writing this big definitive statement on the decline of elite authority, the decline of aristocracy, and the stultifying rise of a mass egalitarian mindset. But Buckley was built more similarly to Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes, right? These guys are built for live streaming and for polemics, not for thought, not for depth, not for treatises. So Buckley worked well on deadlines. He was medicated. He was on Ritalin from the 1950s. Buckley wrote fast. Serialization suited him. Big books were beyond his ken. Buckley needed combat attention. Right? Buckley was like Fuentes, like Spencer, thrived on provocation, jousting, live debate. Buckley was addicted to performance. Right? He was at his best when he was sparring, teasing, needling. Right? He didn't have the depth to create a serious work. And among all the commentary about, oh, it's a shame we don't have Bill Buckley to excommunicate Nick Fuentes anymore. Think about how much Bill Buckley and Nick Fuentes have in common. For one, they both use their own idiosyncratic Catholicism for self-advancement. It's a spade in their hands. There's a saying in the Jewish tradition, do not use Torah as a spade to dig with. But for both Buckley and Fuentes, they use Catholicism as a performance, not as a sacrament. They use it as a stage, not as a discipline. Bill Buckley was glad to write for Playboy, right? He was glad to get paid by a pornographer. So for both Buckley and Fuentes, right, they used their Catholicism as a costume, right, as a way to stand apart from the Protestant liberal mainstream. It was a way to be aristocratic. It's a subculture rebellion. But neither one of them was a typical parish Catholic. They were theatrical, performative Catholics. They felt that Catholicism gave them mystique, distance, and a sense of higher authority. Because for both Bill Buckley, Richard Spencer, Nick Fuentes, politics is primarily theater. It's primarily drama. It's primarily spectacle. It's primarily entertainment. It's primarily something akin to pro wrestling. And so they're all wired to try to deliver the type of campy, flamboyant, theatrical performances that get the most attention.
Men and have completely destroyed young men's trust in institutions. Young men view the current set of social institutions as ideologically corrupt and totally illegitimate. And they view the narratives that emerge from these institutions as being expressions of nothing more than a story told to legitimize an ideology which seeks to hold them back. All right. As such, he says the institutions and their narratives have absolutely no normative pull on young Gen Z men. So we wonder why Fuentes has such a following. It's because he is welcoming.
I think during Turrentine, the Democratic Party activist left-winger on Halperin's show, I think he mentioned he's got 4 boys, and all of them periodically have brought Nick Fuentes clips to the dinner table. And one of the dumbest talking points on the American right among conservative talkers is how bad identity politics and grievance politics is. But in-group identity is always accompanied by a sense of grievance. And so many people I know who are right-wing go, oh, I can't stand victimhood. But you can't develop a stronger Jewish identity, Christian identity, Seventh-day Adventist identity, Muslim identity, gay identity, black identity, Mexican-American identity without simultaneously developing a keener and keener sense about how your people have been hurt, how your people have been oppressed by outsiders, how your people have been victimized, and the more intense your in-group identity, the more intense you will feel the suffering of your people. And it's a temptation to think, oh, I can develop my in-group identity without developing a victimhood identity. It simply doesn't work that way. So there are all sorts of things that you may wish to aspire to that simply are not possible in reality. So Bill Buckley fed on conservative resentment towards liberal institutions. Nick Fuentes feeds on Gen Z resentment towards elite institutions. Richard Spencer feeds on resentment towards elite institutions, right? Their social class, their style differ, but their emotional physics match, right? They both love to give Americans, particularly young men, a narrative that explains why the world discounts them. Buckley, Fuentes, Spencer, they all need their villains. The liberal elite, the Eastern establishment, the mainstream media, the campus left. Nick Fuentes is up against the globalists, the neocons, the fake conservatives, right? They both develop their status by picking fights inside the right, not outside it. Right? Richard and Nick just seem to despise every other right-wing talker because every other right-wing talker takes away attention that they believe properly belongs to them. And Buckley had the same impulse, right? He would love to steal ideas from his writers in National Review and put them forward as his own. So Buckley, Fuentes, Spencer, all these guys, they loved the internal combat because it would pull attention better than external combat. They all use language as status display, right? Bill Buckley loved to wield his Baroque vocabulary. Fuentes uses irony, slang, and theatrical rage, right? They all use their verbal style as a calling card. It's a way to distinguish their status in the tribe. They all created outsider clubs. Bill Buckley built a magazine. He built, Young Americans for Freedom. It's hilarious to think that conservatism is primarily about freedom. Freedom means nothing without a particular starting point, without reference to a particular hero system. The left-wing socialist understanding of freedom is very different from the, say, libertarian homosexual understanding of freedom, which is different from the traditional Roman Catholic understanding of freedom. So Fuentes and Spencer built digital movements of alienated young men. They both were successful in appealing to marginalized losers. And they all understand that their movement depends on initiation rituals. And you have to create incentives to people show that they're inside the circle of trust or outside of it. Richard Spencer, Nick Fuentes, Bill Buckley, they all chase celebrity. They're more serious about celebrity than they are about ideology. Buckley loved being on camera. Nick Fuentes loves being on camera. Richard Spencer loves being on camera. Right? The medium changed, not the hunger. So Buckley, Fuentes all share this performative Catholicism, this presentation of identity as theater, politics as entertainment and spectacle. They use their enemies to garner attention for themselves. They build their movements on the back of alienated, marginalized losers. They both put themselves forward on the basis of their personal charisma over their thought and their policies, and their real destination is self-aggrandizement, celebrity, attention. That's the real prize. So Bill Buckley would do it in a tuxedo on public TV. Nick Fuentes does it on live streams with memes and provocation. Right? Same impulses, different century. But Nick, far better than Bill Buckley, gets the joke. Right? Buckley would play the aristocrat straight. Right? He acted like his persona was who he really was. The accent, the vocabulary, the auteur. He knew it was a performance, but he believed he was the character. And he treated the stage as a pulpit. And he never let the mask slip. Right? His joke was unspoken. Right? I will act like a 20th century Tory. Everyone will treat me like one. And he stayed inside this performative, theatrical identity, and he took it seriously. Right? Nick knows he is performing. Nick knows he puts on a character. He leans into it. He toys with the absurdity. He uses irony as insulation and fuel. He treats politics like pro wrestling. Right? He knows that he's a gamer. He knows the whole thing is ridiculous, and he pushes it because that is the source of his power for his audience. Like, he breaks the fourth wall all the time. He signals that he's aware of the game, right? His wink is part of his pitch. Nick's in on the joke. Buckley never was.
Them with open arms into a community where you can be a bro, where you can say what you want, where you can listen to somebody attack the institutions that they have gone through. And so, of course, they're susceptible to him. I don't want to win the fight with Nick Fuentes about whether Israel's bad or whether he's anti-Semitic or not.
Okay, let's get Kip back on the show. Kip, what's going on, man?
What's up, bro? I heard you say marginalized loser. I said, that's my cue. That's my bat signal, brother. How you been doing?
I'm blessed, man. How are you?
I was just checking in for the Sunday kosher perspective. You know, I sent you a tweet letting you know with that sweet Hasbara money floating around, you should kind of retool at least the title to try to see if you can't get at least your 7,000. You know, let Luke wet his beak a little bit. You know what I mean, brother?
I do know what you mean, and I'm wondering, like, you're hearing a very different thing than what I think I'm saying. So one of us is quite disconnected from reality. Many of the things I say would not be possible to say on Fox News. And you have the idea that 99% of what I push would fit right in with Fox News. So one of us is quite disconnected from reality here.
Yeah. You say I do Fox News or you do Fox News?
No, you accuse me of simply repeating Fox News kosher talking points. And that's not my perception of what I'm doing. So one of us is quite disconnected because the things that I'm saying are not popular among conservatives. They're not popular with the Fox News crowd. So one of us is wrong.
Well, let's just say the Jewish perspective, because you've said it before, hero systems. You have a hero system, 10-4, and it just seems to be, it's a Halperin, it's a Steve Saylor, it's a... Not everything is a Jew, but it always happens to be a Jew, you know. So it's the kosher perspective. You know what I mean? It's your fishbowl. You get what I'm saying? I'm not condemning you, brother. 10-4.
Right, but I'm not taking offense. I'm just wondering how accurate it is, because I don't think you would get much nourishment from a purely kosher perspective. And my perception of what I'm doing is more evolutionary psychology usually than Orthodox Judaism. But I understand that our perception of the things we're saying is just frequently far removed from what we're actually saying. So I'm definitely locked into a Zionist, pro-Jewish, pro-American perspective that I probably don't see my own blind spots.
Yeah. I don't... You've never come across to me, Luke, as like Laura Loomer, in your face Zionist. I don't want you to think I think that. I don't. 10-4.
Yeah. I appreciate that because I am so Zionist. I deliberately try to do as little hasbara, like as little pro-Israel activism as is possible for me, because I know how biased I am. But go ahead.
Yeah. I tried to, you were talking about Mr. Fuentes before you gave me the bat signal there. And I got to thinking about, there's some kind of space on X that I had floated a Gedanken experiment, a thought experiment last night, and they ducked the question. You know what I mean? So I was like, my man, Luke, he won't duck the question. And it had to do with Mr. Fuentes. And we see the way the kosher media has got him right in their gun sights. You know what I mean? Levin, Loomer, Shapiro, just go down the list. They're shitting on him. Even your boy Halperin's in on it. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
If you, Batya, you name it, they're in on it. So you and I, with this Gedanken experiment, what we're wondering is there's nothing wrong with being a drone enthusiast, right? Everybody loves drones. They're fun. Right. I used to go play with these drones called DJI Mavics. They were about $100 a piece, and they were incredible. The technology on that was so cheap. You know, tariffs have probably changed that. But where I'm going is Mr. Fuentes has that kosher media coming after him. But what if all of a sudden, right out of the blue, he starts a drone club and creates 100,000 true believer drone enthusiasts that are out there just practicing, making sure they can fly that drone just as good as somebody on a battlefield. They're not putting any armaments on there, of course. They're just playing. They're just having fun, having fellowship, good Christian fun. But my question to you is, would he be in more peril once the government and the forces that be realize he had 100,000 drone enthusiast force? Or
yes,
would he be safer? Or would he be safer because now there's a martyr with 100,000 true believers behind him?
I think he'd be in more peril. So I think we've seen this in previous marginalized movements that thrust for too much power and were then smashed. So whether it's the American Communist Party and its sympathizers, or it was the alt-right, these marginalized movements that tried to grab for more power than people were comfortable with, that bred the backlash. So when people can package themselves as funny and edgy and as theatrical and purely as entertainment, they're not perceived as a threat. But when they start killing people, then they get all the power of American institutions suddenly turning on them.
But you see, he don't even have a drone force of 100,000 enthusiasts now, and they still seem to see him as just a public enemy number one. Oh, it just does my heart good, Luke. I just love it. I sat on the sidelines and wondered if it was the SSRIs, if it was the porn, if it was the gambling addiction. I kept wondering, what are these straight white males just sitting around on their hands for, as DEI and as, just different forces coalesced within corporations and governments just to make them second-rate citizens at best. And it just does my heart good to know that there are forces out there, that are brewing that, I don't know. I mean, they still might all be pussies. You get what I'm saying, Luke?
Yeah, well,
they might all be themselves, but it does I feel like that we're not completely neutered as I may have previously thought we were. Can you give me some feedback on that, Luke?
Yeah, reality always wins, and you can denounce reality, and you can describe reality as immoral. You can call reality fascist. You can call reality Nazi. You can call reality every single name in the book that you want. But in the end, reality is going to win. And so to the extent that Nick Fuentes taps into reality that his opponents deny, then he's only going to grow in power. And often the more you attack something, the more it grows. And that has been the trajectory of Nick Fuentes. The more he's attacked, the more powerful he gets, the more influential he gets, the bigger his audience grows. And I think the number one shortcoming of the attacks on him are that they assume a shared hero system that people do not share. And so condemning Nick as anti-Semitic and as bigoted and racist and pro-Hitler, that is simply not a winning formula. Like just calling him names only makes him more powerful, because he's then quite adroit at pointing out all the name calling, and he does it in a hilarious way that he just seems to win battle after battle.
My God, to me, now he wouldn't even get the analogy, but to me, he's like one part Pat Buchanan and one part David Letterman. And it's the best part of David Letterman. You get what I'm saying? It's the best part of Letterman. And it's the smartest part of Buchanan. But I don't even know if he sees that. Can you see that? Or is that just me?
Yeah, he's hilarious. I didn't watch that much of Letterman, so I can't. But Nick is genuinely hilarious. And many of the attacks on him, you first watch the clip of the attack, and then you watch Nick's response, and much of the time you have to go, yeah, Nick wins that battle. Nick wins that interchange.
Yeah, and it makes everybody look like Boo-Boo the Fool, because they canceled him from airplanes, they canceled him from banks, they canceled him from all social media. And what he's proven is, by God, I'll go make a starving social media if I have to. You get what I'm saying? They want my Kool-Aid so bad, they'll come to wherever the fuck I am, even if I'm in the corner somewhere where nobody else is. Ha, ha, ha. I tend to take the opposite of you. I think he's actually would be in less peril. Once those drone enthusiasts were doing their thing, you think he'd be in more peril. But that's why I like you, man. To close with, me being the mystic that I am, I wanted to just read some words, maybe about 2 minutes of words from a mystic,
sure,
just to kind of explain to you the reason things are the way they are. And you and I can put ourselves anywhere on the continuum here. But I just wanted to read to you because just to say, if you say, hey, man, I get that, or no, man, I don't get that, and we'll just close it either way there. But here it goes. When confronted with the problem involving the use of one's reasoning faculties, individuals of strong intellect keep their poise and seek to reach a solution by obtaining facts bearing upon the question. Those of immature mentality, on the other hand, when similarly confronted, are overwhelmed. While the former may be qualified to solve the riddle of his own destiny, the latter must be led like a flock of sheep and taught in simple language. They depend almost entirely upon the ministrations of the shepherd. The Apostle Paul said that these little ones must be fed with milk, but that meat is the food of strong men. Thoughtlessness is almost synonymous with childishness, but thoughtfulness is symbolic of maturity. There are, however, Luke, but few mature minds in this world. And thus it was with the philosophic/religious doctrines of the pagans were divided to meet the needs of these two fundamental groups of human intellect. One, the philosophic, and the other, incapable of appreciating the deeper mysteries of life. You see what I mean right there? He's delineated between the two. You got your philosophers, and then you got those incapable of appreciating the deeper mysteries of life. To the discerning few were revealed the esoteric or spiritual teachings, while the unqualified many received only the literal or exoteric interpretations. In order to make simple the great truths of nature and the abstract principles of natural law, the vital forces of the universe were personified, becoming the gods and goddesses of ancient mythologies, while the ignorant multitudes brought their offerings to the altars of Priapus and Pan. The wise recognized in these marble statues only symbolic concretions of great abstract truths. I'm almost finished, Luke. In all cities of all the ancient world were temples for public worship and offering. In every community also were philosophers and mystics, deeply versed in nature's lore. These individuals were usually banded together, forming seclusive philosophic and religious schools. The more important of these groups were known as the mysteries. Many of the great minds of antiquity were initiated into these secret fraternities by strange and mysterious rites, some of which were extremely cruel. Alexander Wilder defines the mysteries as sacred dramas performed at stated periods. The most celebrated were those at Isis, Sabazius, Cybele, and Eleusis. After being admitted, the initiates were instructed in the secret wisdom which had been preserved for ages. Plato, an initiate in one of these sacred orders, was severely criticized because in his writings he revealed to the public many of the secret philosophic principles of these mysteries. So I don't want to get knee deep into the hoopla, but you see, one thing when I had tried to reverse engineer what had happened to me so many years ago, 19 years ago now, Luke, one thing that I thought very interesting was that every religion across the globe had an esoteric and an exoteric. And the esoteric, very few even knew about it. Let's say in Judaism, how many people are running around studying the Zohar? Very few. How many Sufis are around? Very few. You know, how many Hermeticists are around? Very few. How many deep, high-level Masons even understand what the fuck I was just saying? Very few. So, I don't know. Did that make sense to you, Luke?
Yeah, I think it makes sense to me, but let me turn it back to you. Why do you love that passage so much?
Oh, I don't know. Because every once in a while, I sort of get mad at my fellow man for not seeing through some things, simple things that they should see through. And there again, this has been known for a lot of times. Some people have to be fed with milk and have to be led, and this is one thing you and I don't agree with, but Luke, I think that number is somewhere between like 85, 88, 89%. And very few people can see allegorically past, what the face value of things are a lot of time. So I didn't mean to get too deep on you, but
wait. Don't run from it. So I think you love that passage because it plays to your vision, to your hero system, that there are a select few who see through the bullshit, and you are one of them.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, and it's very flattering to think that you're part of an elite and a remnant, and I feel the same way, right? I converted to a religion where I get to belong to God's chosen people. So I have my own flattering visions that I'm part of a remnant, an elite. So it's just different hero systems, but we both get flattered that we can see through the BS. Oh, by the way, who was the author of those sentiments?
Manly Palmer Hall.
Oh, okay. So Leo Strauss wrote a book, and he loved this same type of thinking. He was a Jewish philosopher who fled Europe before World War II and moved to America, and he pointed out all the great thinkers, all the great philosophers had both the esoteric and the exoteric message, and his special twist on this was that he would give his followers the magic decoder ring so that they could decode what the greats really thought. So he pointed out that the philosophers always had to hide what they really believed, but that he had the power to bestow upon his acolytes the magic decoder ring so that they could know what people really, truly meant rather than just what they felt like they could get away with saying publicly. And there's something to the idea that we all live in a community and we all have to shape and fashion the things that we say and write so that they don't damage our well-being too much, and we all have to pull our punches from various truths, that every society has made certain truths just socially impermissible to say. So I think obviously we do live in a world where we the smart people have to say things both esoterically, meaning so that only a tiny number of people can understand us, and then exoterically, so that the masses can understand us. Another way is understanding this is the Motte-and-bailey. So there is the edgy message that when we get caught out for it, we then retreat to the castle where we say the edgy thing to get attention, and then when we're caught out for it, we retreat to the castle to forgotten which is the Motte, which is the Bailey, but we then retreat to the castle and give a completely anodyne, mainstream, socially acceptable understanding of what we previously said as an edgy thing.
Yeah, you and I before, we've lamented that the intelligentsia is not nearly so damn clever as they used to be. You remember I told you before, they used to be able to dress you down, and a dumb person wouldn't even know that they were being dressed down. You know what I mean? They would do it in the nicest way, but make the point crystal clear what they meant, to someone who was more educated or whatever. So, okay. We won't end on mysticism there, because I'm going to take it another direction, speaking basically on, kind of on the same thing. Did I tell you that at its core, Freemasonry was Jewish mysticism, right? At its core, that's what it is. You just have to take my word on it, because I know you're not going to dig into it. I haven't even been able to get you to see St. George Floyd's 19-minute exchange he had with the police. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. But Edward Bernays, he was the nephew of Sigmund Freud. I would like what I read you before was the absolute first 3 paragraphs of The Secret Teachings of All Ages from Mr. Manly P. Hall, who wrote it in 1928. Luke, the man was in his 20s when he wrote it. I mean, it's amazing. And they made him an honorary 33rd degree Mason because he basically knew all their shit backwards and forwards and could give talks on it. But he grew up in an unusual environment where he was just around that stuff at a high level, apparently, in the same way where you could regurgitate the highest levels of SDA,
Seventh-day Adventist.
Yeah. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
This fellow Manly P. Hall, he was so bright, so bright. And so I don't have a preacher, I don't have a rabbi, but from time to time I will go listen to that guy because he is truly one of the wisest people I ever heard. But switching gears to this Jew named Edward Bernays, nephew of Sigmund Freud. His first paragraph of his book Propaganda, incidentally, not made in 1928. This one's made, I think, in 1929. So both these books are from the 20s. The book starts out, chapter 1, the conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute the invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. We are governed, our minds are molded, our taste formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men we have never heard of. This is a logical result of the way in which our democratic society is organized. Vast numbers of human beings must cooperate in this manner if they are to live together as a smooth functioning society. I'll stop there, but you can see what he's doing here. He's doing the same thing Mr. Darwin did in his Origins of Species. He said, yeah, something's going on here, but then goes to justifying why something is the way it is. You get what I'm saying, Luke? He's basically saying it's like this, and it's a good thing. You get what I'm saying? The way Levine or Levin, whatever his name, says, yeah, we are into cancel culture, and it's a good thing. You know, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, and one thought is that there is a tremendous emotional payoff to both perspectives that you offered. There's a tremendous emotional payoff to mysticism because you get to not feel the pain of this world so keenly. You get to a level of peace with everything that's going on around you, and if society falls apart, you don't feel it as keenly because you have floated above it all. And so it's a way of anesthetizing oneself to the painful nature of reality. Now, it also could be true.
10-4, yeah. Just so you remember, I know it's been a while since we talked. I was like 37, 38 when this happened. I was a stone cold atheist and was captured. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Was captured. And this is where I sort of, after the 5-month-long experience, had to reverse engineer something as to say, hey, was this my own mind straightening me out? Or was something else going on here? But it was the mystics. The reason I am a mystic is because what happened to Saul of Tarsus on that road of Damascus and what happened to so many figures through time is the same thing. It's the same damn message, Luke. Again, I'll give you the 30-second version. Remember, I told you mine seemed to be the message was I had lost my way, you know, that this thing trying to please everybody, just like you trying to please Desmond and everybody trying to please everybody, you build up this damn thing, this persona, you know what I'm saying? And it gets so gosh darn far away from the essence of you, you know, you're either gonna, I don't know, you know, most people don't get the message, but for some reason, I had an openness to the experience that don't make me enlightened, that don't make me any better than anybody else, but it just means that the message seemed to be that I had to go down into the abyss and strip away I had to go down and strip away all that stuff, all that accoutrement that had been glommed onto me, trying to fit this persona that had to fit everybody. And like I told you before, the main thing seemed to be coming off the ego, desires, and fears, and just letting that kind of simmer around in my head. And ultimately, it was just sort of a shattering of the old me, and then I was the new me. And dude, I'm like a broken record. Nothing's changed.
Let me jump in.
2007. You get what I'm saying, bro? Nothing's changed.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Let me jump in.
I was captured by that. I'm not trying to please
Okay,
anybody.
stop. Let me jump in. So I grew up in a high-intensity Seventh-day Adventist religion, and in Protestantism, there is this saying, too heavenly minded to be much earthly good. So my experience is that the more heavenly minded someone is, the more mystical someone is, the more intoxicated they are by the divine, the less likely they are to be of service to their fellow man. And conversely, those people who are most of service to their fellow man, people who volunteer to be with AIDS patients when they're dying, people who volunteer to be with the most miserable people in society and try to help their fellow man, they are the least God-intoxicated, the least mystical, and the least heavenly minded. And basically, you can love God or you can love man, but they are two forces moving in opposite directions.
Yeah, I told you before, Luke, you can't live in that. You know what I mean? Because the world is straight up materialism and everything on the opposite of that. In fact, it's incompatible. Western materialism is incompatible with people that think like me, you know? So I can't live in that. That's why I tell you, I have to live in this shit, in this insanity. And then when it does tear me down, you know, I will go to a manly hall. I'll go to some of these people that can remind me what I already know that I am. You get what I'm saying? That half of me is not of this world. That I'm just here. You know what I mean? And I've gotten the message, but at the same time, that don't mean I just take a gun to my head. You know what I mean? I keep going, and I'll reach out to somebody like you. But I don't want to turn you off. I just want to rap with you a little bit. So have I taken it far enough today?
Yeah, that's good. You're just making me think about something I was just thinking about before I started the stream, and that is when you take on a hero system, it not only reflects one's physiology, it also reshapes it. So there were about 2 or 3 years where I loved flirting with Marxism because it was just so shocking and edgy, and it had this redemptive, clean moral arc that was just fun to play around with. And then there were a few years where I was just like gung-ho into Judaism as the ultimate truth. And there were years when I was just all about devotion to libertarian economics, the free market, free trade. And I noticed with every hero system that I take on, it kind of rewires me. And so as you've moved into this more mystical phase, have you noticed that it's rewired your physiology?
Yeah, sir, you've hit on to an excellent point there. Not only did it rewire me, dude, it was permanent. It's not like a fad. You get what I'm saying? It's not like this year's diet. And to give you, I'll try to give you a small example, because as you were speaking, it's what popped into my mind. What popped into my mind was the before and the after, as far as just driving down the road. I don't want to get too weird on you, Luke, but the world is more magical. There's sigils and little things like that. And they don't even, your conscious mind, I don't think is paying attention to it, but your subconscious mind is. So one of the things I can tell you is all of a sudden, all that money they spent on all those signs, making sure I saw them 24 hours a day and their advertisements and all. Luke forward, it has no effect. It has no effect. You get what I'm saying? So that would be just one little simple example of what you're talking about. It's an armor that never went away. This is 18 years, over 18 years now, and the armor has never gone away. So isn't that cool?
Maybe. So this is a thought that just entered my mind as you were saying that. There was a time in the George W. Bush administration where his officials were saying that Yasser Arafat and the Palestinian Liberation Authority were irrelevant. And there was a commentator who said, if you feel the need to go public and to state that Yasser Arafat and the PLA are irrelevant, it means that they're quite relevant and you resent it. So often when we're quite authoritative about, this is our armor or this is irrelevant, it's often the thing that we're saying to try to cover up a wound and a vulnerability.
Yeah. I heard, I told you I have, well, maybe I didn't. I have 2 homes. One of them I'm letting my mom live in because it's close to all the medical services. I live out in the boonies, Luke. There's no hope for me. But Marjorie Taylor Greene is the congressperson in that district there in North Georgia. And as you were talking, I was thinking about her talk with Tucker Carlson and the way you could tell there's things that pissed her off that made her the way she is right now on November 16th. You know, we don't live in a vacuum. And the things that pissed her off about Israel were probably a lot. But one of them was the 22 denunciations on the House of Congress, you know, and she just kept noticing there's the 6th one, there's the 8th one, there's the 10th time, there's the 12th time. And it was all at the behest of Israel, for Israel, against Israel enemies. And you see what I'm saying? It was like, it grew in her, didn't it, Luke? You see what I'm saying? It grew and it grew and it grew. Is that kind of related to what you were saying?
Yeah. There's an irresistible power to noticing things that you're not supposed to notice. And so you see that with Marjorie Taylor Greene. But there's also another force that is driving Marjorie Taylor Greene of late, and it's true for all rebels. Everybody who operates out where the buses don't run no more, there's always still a part of them that yearns for mainstream society respectability. And Marjorie Taylor Greene has suddenly become respectable and appearing on The View and all sorts of other places because the biggest rebel yearns for that kind of respectability. And it's fun to watch the journey that she's been on.
Yeah. And what I try to describe you is telling you that I was captured. And I told you I had to like reverse engineer it and had to figure out for myself if I was captured in the right way or in the wrong way. But what you're talking about there is the perils of how Marjorie Taylor Greene can get captured in the wrong way, in the same way that I think Trump today is not his own man. Is it the Adelsons? Is it, you know, who is he beholden to? I don't know. But it ain't the American people. It's something else.
Well, but even you, Kip, even you have a
class. You know what I mean? The business class. 10-4.
Yeah, but even you and even me and even Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes, everybody has a part of themselves that longs to belong to the cool kids club. And you can deny it and you can try to squelch it, but we all want, a part of us yearns for respectability.
Yeah, but not all of us. Remember, I said three things.
You've transcended that? You don't have a part of yourself?
Ego. Yes, ego. I'm gonna bear a little bit of myself, Luke. I'm going to bear a little of myself during this process, during this shedding away, this force. I'd like to hope that it was a sort of a universal force, you know, maybe the spiritus mundi or something, but maybe it was craziness. But this force basically was telling me that I was too pointed to the masculine. That my intuition just wasn't good enough, you know, that I had to strike that balance, that happy medium there, that basically almost hermaphroditic type of thinking. So isn't that strange? You know, it'd be hard for me to go point by point by point, but I could still to this day remember, wow, isn't that strange? You know, I've been raised to be this way, and here this voice is basically telling me, my mom, you know, I should have been paying a little bit more attention to mom. Does that make any sense to what you had just said, Luke?
Yeah, there's a time for softness, for vulnerability, for connection with other people, and for the feminine virtues. There's a time and a place for everything under heaven.
Yeah, and women, as you can tell, they don't have that ego problem the way men do. So I'm just saying. Maybe I do have an ego, you know, and if I do in the future, I'll try to keep in touch with you. Maybe I'll just go a few weeks, and that way we can have something fresh to talk about every couple of weeks or every month. And you keep me honest. You just say, you egomaniacal motherfucker, I caught you. You know what I mean? So, so I'm depending on you to keep me honest. You keep me in check, because I live by myself with all these dogs and cats, and hell, they like me because I'm the one that feeds them, you know, so they won't be honest with me. Plus, I don't speak dog and they don't speak Kip. So anyway, how about we leave it there, buddy?
Okay, thanks, bro. Yep.
man.
Take care, man. Okay, take care. And so, yeah, we need each other. We think more clearly when we're talking to each other. And there was a terrific song back in, I think, 1975 by an Australian band that's been covered by other artists. The song is, "Ego is not a dirty word," right? If I did not have an ego, I would not be here tonight. If I did not have an ego, I might not think that I was right. And if you did not have an ego, you might not care the way you dressed. If you did not have an ego, you'd just be like the rest. Right? Ego is not a dirty word. If Jesus had an ego, he'd still be alive today. And if Nixon had no ego, he might not be in decay. And if you did not have an ego, you might not care too much who won. And if I did not have an ego, I might just use the gun. So some people keep their egos in a bottom drawer, fridge full of Leonard Cohen, have to get drunk to walk out the door, stay drunk to keep on going. So if you got an ego, you better keep it in good shape, exercise it daily, and get it down on tape, because ego is not a dirty word. Like that. So Nick Fuentes, he operates in an environment where sincerity can be fatal. Bill Buckley operated in an environment where sincerity was the currency. So that's why Nick sees through the whole thing, plays it like a game. Everyone thinks Nick, Bill, Richard Spencer, a gay, flamboyant camp, because it works both perfectly for Buckley and Fuentes and Spencer, right? It's theatrical presentation. It's an exaggeration, a flourish, an irony. It is a stylized mannerism. It is a way of grabbing attention. And you can call it a feat or foppish or arch or preening or mannered or affected, but probably the term camp is the cleanest, right? It's that mixture of performance, flourish, and winking self-awareness that Richard Spencer, Nick Fuentes, Donald Trump uses, Bill Buckley, right? It's a theatrical, mannered, exaggerated style, right? You use your accent, your posture, your grooming, the eyebrow, the dramatic diction, the campy tones, the voice cracks, the performative disgust, the irony, the exaggerated reactions. And then into your theatrical, stylized performance, the audience reads coded signals. I remember when I was taking acting classes, and one of my favorite acting teachers would teach me about presentation and how to create space for the audience to read into you everything that they needed. So in Bill Buckley's era, conservative man was supposed to be square, plain, straightforward, right? And he's arrived, he sounded like an Oxford dandy doing stand-up. And so that was attention-getting. So in Nick Fuentes' era, right-wing men are supposed to be all about the gym and hyper-masculine and stoic, and Nick is the smart aleck jester, and his contrast creates the same attention. So you've got figures like Nick and Richard and Buckley who play theatrical, who use their voice as a tool, who exaggerate, who rely on camp, irony, flamboyance, who weaponize their self-presentation, and the culture doesn't know where to file people like this, right? Americans and non-Americans all love crude binaries because it requires less effort. So if a man is not performing stoic masculinity, right, people reach around for something else like camp or flamboyant. So Nick and Richard and Bill Buckley, all these men are cultivating personas that are just a little too polished, right? So Buckley did it with his elegance and his esoteric vocabulary. Nick does it with his irony and his inflection, and their style becomes their brand. And they built a brand around their exaggerated, flamboyant, campy performance. And then the audience just found it fun. So both Nick and Buckley and as well as Richard and Larry O'Connor, they all perform themselves rather than being themselves. They all exaggerate for stage effect. They all create personas that are out of line with their competitors. They use aesthetic flourishes in a world that distrusts them in men. They all focus and hone their self-presentation, right? They all recognize that flamboyant public figures attract projection and get the most attention, right? This is camp as political performance. It's not accidental, it's strategic. You've got the exaggerated diction, the exaggerated gesture, the exaggerated tone, a theatrical aesthetic stance, treating public performance as a stage, using camp as a tool to signal that they are above the ordinary grind, right? So they use this mixture of heightened style, self-conscious performance, sly and ironic distance, an ambiguity about their sincerity, and a whiff of non-traditional masculinity. So Richard Spencer comes forward with the preening hairstyles, the crisp tailoring, the smooth theatrical pauses, the aesthetic nationalist vibe, and the practiced catwalk-like self-regard, right? This is camp as political combat, right? It signals their individuality. I'm special. Look at me. It shows their flair. It disarms critics because their persona is playful, not serious, so they are less of a threat, and it creates a parasocial fan relationship based on style rather than substance and policy. So all these people inspire obsession and derision, right? So many ideological differences between Bill Buckley, Nick Fuentes, Richard Spencer, but they all shared the same camp, flamboyant style. They're all campy, flamboyant right-wingers. Mannered, theatrical, aesthetic, right? Using irony as protection to flatten the hierarchy.
Other people can have that fight. The fight we all should want to win is to win back these young boys, to create educational opportunities and forums and environments where they don't feel this way. And again, does every school do this to every boy, regardless of race? No. But has our culture overall, have our schools overall, public and private schools, moved in this direction? Of course they have. And that is the challenge for all of us, is to win back the boys, to economic.
So Larry O'Connor, right-wing talker in, I think, Washington, D.C. radio. He's been on Mark Halperin show many times, and he fits this campy, theatrical, flamboyant pattern, right? He comes out of Broadway. He comes out of musical theater, right? He is highly skilled with his projection, his polish, his timing, his heightened expression, right? He has this highly mannered delivery, the crisp diction, the bright, upbeat tone, the practice rhythm, the winking self-awareness. Right, he performs his personality. Right, he treats the microphone like a stage. He's far more engaging than a typical talk show host. He is theatrical in a world where traditional men are expected to be gruff, straight ahead, stoic. Right, so right-wing camp usually has these traits: polish, exaggeration, irony, and he hits all three. He's got the polished delivery, the exaggerated radio warmth, and the subtle ironic distance. So his presence on two ways quite different from the brusque, more conventional conservative voices of a Sean Spicer. And the conservative movement in America in particular has always produced these theatrical men: Bill Buckley, Andrew Breitbart, Tucker Carlson, Larry O'Connor, the Groyper sphere. Right? These guys are entertainers first. Rush Limbaugh. Right? Larry O'Connor blends the musical theater expressiveness, the conservative political content, the polished radio persona, the self-aware theatricality, and a heightened self-aware vibe that's not quite traditional right-wing stoic masculinity. Right? Camp produces an energy. So Bill Buckley was the original with the arch tone, the eyebrow theatrics, the Oxford manner and accent, playing the aristocratic Catholic. You have Nick Fuentes with his high voice, use of irony, exaggeration, self-conscious preening. Richard Spencer with his polished presentation, polished hair, tailored suit, smooth delivery, runway posture on camera, aesthetic nationalism as curated self-display. You got Milo Yiannopoulos, probably leans into camp harder than anyone, even after the "I'm straight now" pivot, right? The performance doesn't change. He is purely theatrical. Steve Bannon, different texture, but still camp. The layered clothes, the dramatic gravelly voice, the operatic self-mythology, Baroque chaos camp. You got Gavin McInnes, right, performing an exaggerated masculine kitsch that loops into parody. His grooming, clothing, posture, all intentionally over the top. Roger Stone, he's got his pinstripes, his fedoras, his cigars, his silk, his swagger. Dresses like a noir villain auditioning for a role, entirely stylized. Sebastian Gorka. He's got the operatic accent, the cape-like jackets, the dramatic pauses, the whole central casting strongman routine. Benny Johnson, hyperactive, grinning YouTube presenter shtick, politics as a theme park, right? Camp because of his amplified persona. So grooming, theatrical cadence, self-aware aesthetic choices, exaggerated propriety, irony, stylized gravitas, claiming straightness, but they will perform in whatever style grabs the most attention. And it's hilarious that Conservatism Incorporated, such as in the Wall Street Journal, longs for the good old days when Bill Buckley could excommunicate a Nick Fuentes.
Opportunity where they can act like boys and not feel criticized. And that's without talking about the accusations made against boys, the pressure boys are put under to conform. Fuentes is giving them something. Charlie Kirk was trying to give them something, and Charlie Kirk was winning that fight. But in the absence of Charlie Kirk, on the left and the right, not just on the right, there needs to be a way to get these boys back feeling good about themselves, good about our society, good about their place in our society, rather than what we have now, which is...
So a common trait among conservatives is to romanticize eras that never were. or that no longer exists. So Nick Fuentes thrives in a world that Bill Buckley could never imagine or manage. Right? Conservatism Incorporated keeps pretending it has a hierarchical Vatican where you have a pope who can excommunicate people who are bad. Right? They write statements, they publish enunciations, they think the audience will fall in line. But the modern right-wing media sphere does not run on this kind of hierarchical obedience. It runs on attention, spectacle, and personality. So Nick Fuentes is exactly the type of character that Bill Buckley used to police, the flamboyant, theatrical insurgent, disrespectful to his elders, outcompeting the Buckleys of the world for attention. Right? Bill Buckley's authority was built on fundraising, on gatekeeping. Right? Nick Fuentes thrives in a world with no gates. And what is more camp, theatrical, and flamboyant than trying to excommunicate people? Right? This is excommunication as theater, using ritual language, centering the authority figure, treating a media personality like a religious heretic. Right? This is campy. This is flamboyant. This is gay. It turns politics into a liturgy. It assumes a theatrical stage that no longer exists. It's an exaggerated gesture. Excommunication, right? Incredibly flamboyant. And I'm getting worried here. I asked ChatGPT, am I camp? And yes, I have camp traits. I have camp moments. Right? I'm not stylized. I don't cultivate an artificial persona. I'm a plain talker. I'm a blunt talker. Right? I'm not mannered. I don't deploy these gestures, tics, or heightened language to signal, look at me, in the same way that Buckley, Spencer, and Fuentes do. I don't use irony as a shield. I'm earnest, even when I'm provocative. So camp relies on layers of winked performance. So my core identity is not camp, but at times I'm a little camp, right? At times I recognize I am theatrical, I am performing. So I'm droll, I'm arch, but I'm not camp. I'm camp adjacent.
Fights over elites, okay? The fights over the elites, as I say, they're interesting. I know so many people involved with them. I don't really care who runs the Heritage Foundation, in all honesty. I don't really care about whether Tucker was too soft on Nick Fuentes, although people do. What I care about is whether we take the lesson from this. You just think back to times in totalitarian regimes when people say, how did people follow that dictator? How did people follow that oppressive regime? Why did they not rise up? And the answer is because that dictator gave them something to believe in, made them feel good about themselves, told a different story, a different narrative about what possibilities they had in life, and turned hatred into something they got excited about.
So I don't share Zoran Mamdani's politics, but I can't help but like the guy. It's easier for me to like him because I don't live in New York City and I haven't read much about him. I've just seen some clips and he is just very appealing. So just as I find the John Lennon song Imagine, quite moving, even though I don't believe a word of it. It's all contrary to the way I see the world. Mamdani's politics are contrary to the way I see the world, but I can't help liking people, right? We have all sorts of ways of interacting with the world that are not primarily driven by our prefrontal cortex, by our rational faculties. So I subscribed to the Wall Street Journal, and there was this hilarious op-ed in it on November 14th, Denny Heitman writing that for Bill Buckley, Bach's music was a pipeline to God. And starting his show with the Bach Concerto, affirmed that civil discourse should ultimately point to higher things. And Bach set the tone for firing line. Right? This music connected Bill Buckley and his guests with the durable tradition of Western thought. Right? I don't think this author gets the joke. Right? He takes Bill Buckley at face value. Right? Buckley was camp. He was flamboyant. He was theatrical. He cultivated a Baroque aristocratic style because it gave him status. Right? He wrote for Playboy magazine, for God's sake. Right? So this author thinks that Bach and diction and formality, that's a higher civilization. That's better politics. This is a category error. Right? Buckley wasn't civil because he used Bach. He was civil because that was an advantage in his particular era when there are just a tiny number of elites who control the microphone and enforce norms. Right? It wasn't Bill Buckley's classical music aesthetic that produced civility. Right? Bill Buckley was playing within the rules. So this author, he sees Bill Buckley's flamboyant, campy performance as some kind of moral order. It was a moral order like the Kardashians are a moral order. Right? He just completely misses that Bill Buckley was a Kim Kardashian of politics as entertainment. Right? Buckley loved the theater of high culture, but he wasn't a thinker. He was a pretender and a performer. He was a Kim Kardashian. Right? This columnist sees Bill Buckley as the last gentleman of a vanished age. Right? He's a highly stylized performer. Right? He was a flamboyant, mannered, theatrical figure. Right? Who didn't get the joke. I don't know if you've seen the movie Saltburn. It's not everyone's taste, but it's about, I think, middle-class bloke who uses a particular social strategy to take advantage of the upper classes and to gain more and more power. And that's kind of what Bill Buckley did. And it's a little bit what Nick Fuentes does, right? You have the young, ambitious, political, theatrical entertainer, performer, operating outside the system, right? Smart, campy, flamboyant, hungry, coming into the orbit of glamorous, well-connected conservative families, right? The old money beltway types, the Heritage Foundation types, the Federalist Society elites. He becomes entranced by their world. They're amused by him. They don't take him seriously. But he realizes the whole structure is hollow, that the mansion is an illusion, that the hierarchy is a campy performance, that the entire aristocratic right is a cosplay. That's what you see with a Saltburn type critique. I learned sometime in my teens and early 20s, growing up as the son of a Christian evangelist, that a way that you could hook people who were public performers like my father is that you tell them, oh, you changed my life. And so when I told Dennis Prager and wrote him a letter, oh, you changed my life, that just absolutely intoxicated Dennis Prager. There are some people for whom that is their alcohol, that is their drug. There's nothing that makes them feel more powerful than when someone tells them, oh, you changed my life. And I don't think Dennis Prager ever grappled with this alcohol, right? Dennis Prager had many wise statements to say about happiness, but the sum total of his non-happiness productions were to generally make people less happy. And he would never concede that most of his work was reducing the happiness level among his listeners, right? He never grapples, he never displays any real moral introspection that his outraged performance was good for his career, but bad for America and bad for people, right? So Dennis would present happiness is a moral duty, but he would never introspect, right? His show was largely grievance, culture war segments, outrage that made people less happy, less productive, right? His constant outrage would consistently erode my happiness, the happiness of anyone who was listening, right? He wanted as much power as possible, as much of an audience as possible, and he was willing to do things that made people worse. So did Dennis Prager ever show any public introspection about this? No. He would perform introspection. He would sound reflective, but he would never say anything that would threaten his brand. He would never destabilize his public persona. He would never risk real self-exposure, right? He never did real moral introspection that cuts, right? Everything he offered as a performance of introspection was framed as a moral instruction, as teaching, as self-presentation, a crafted persona, a controlled confession wrapped up in virtue. He never steps outside the frame of Dennis Prager, the wise sage. His introspection was always a performance. He would present himself as a moralist. His job was to instruct other people on what is right and wrong. Real introspection would require giving up that authority, even briefly. He would never do that. His self-disclosure always reinforced his brand as the wise older man, the Jewish moral philosopher, the countercultural truth teller, the uncle figure. And any true introspection would break his archetype, right? He wouldn't show real vulnerability because that would diminish his status, right? So real vulnerability, he would have grappled with things like, wow, the outrage spectacle that I produce on a daily basis is undermining people's happiness, right? I benefit from promoting grievance and victimhood, even as I preach happiness and serenity. that my public moral authority is a performance, that I cultivate a persona that is considerably different from my real self, that I've confused my identity with the validation that I get from my audience. The business of what I do in talk radio demands a steady diet of anxiety, outrage, and promoting victimhood. So Dennis would instead deliver polished rabbinic clarity. I try to be happy because it's a moral duty. I struggle with certain things, but I overcome. We should all aim to be good people, right? These are teachings, not introspections. So in all of Dennis Prager's public performances, he never describes moments where he is the problem. Right? Any genuine introspection requires that you admit how often you are the problem. Right? His self-presentation is always, I encountered a challenge and I overcame it. Never, I created the challenge. Right? He did self-disclosure, but not as introspection, but as moral instruction. Right? You never can find an instance that I recall where Dennis Prager looks at himself in the same way that he asks others to look at themselves. So both ChatGPT and Grok agreed with this analysis.
Hating another group, turning their bad feelings about themselves and their standing in society into the ability to say, well, look at those people, look at those other people over there. If our reaction to the Tucker Fuentes heritage story is to say, Tucker shouldn't have been so soft on him, we're failing young men. The way to help the young men in the schools, in our society, in your families, inspire them.
Dennis Prager would preach, the greatest problem in your life is you, but you never hear Dennis applying that to himself. He never would apply the same principle to himself, genuinely admitting faults, regrets, or moments where he was the problem. Right? There's just no public evidence of such introspection. Right? He was divorced twice, married 3 times, but didn't discuss this as an area of where he might have been at fault. He would promote a moral self-examination as a Jewish imperative. You should ask yourself, what kind of person am I? What am I becoming? What am I doing? How am I affecting others? He would never tie this to his own vulnerabilities. And even after becoming, quadriplegic as a result of a fall in October of 2024, you get no genuine introspection. He's just more and more reinforced in his worldview. Right? He called the COVID lockdowns the greatest mistake in human history. No introspection about that. So he would champion genuine introspection for other people, but would never model it in his own life. So he would perform it, right? He'd say, I struggle with depression. But then he overcame it, right? It sounds vulnerable. It sounds introspective. He would acknowledge that he isn't naturally cheerful. He says, happiness is a moral obligation. I know what it's like to struggle, but it's a performance. He never explores how his work contributes to other people's unhappiness. He never questions whether his audience becomes anxious and unhappy from his content. He frames the story as, I fought and I overcame, which is highly flattering to his persona, right? His vulnerability always leads into a lecture on virtue, right? Never examines publicly his own role in manufacturing the conditions that worsen his listeners' mood. Right? This is the oldest trick in moral broadcasting. Controlled, performative, faux vulnerability that reinforces your own authority rather than dissolving it. Right? He will confess, my marriage has failed and that was painful. And it sounds introspective. He acknowledges major failure. He performs genuine sadness, but he never explores the ways that he contributed to this failure. He never interrogates the mismatch between his public moral claims and his private struggles. He frames his divorces as something that happened, not something that he caused. He positions his confessions as moral lessons for others, not for a reckoning within himself. Right? He never turns the moral lens inward with the same intensity that he uses on everyone else. He would say often on air, I don't care what other people think about me. Right? Completely maladaptive, absolutely impossible. Right? It sounds introspective, right? It sounds like a man reflecting honestly on himself. It's a mask, right? You don't perform so much for public consumption if you don't care. Right? He would bristle when challenged by callers or guests. Right? He clearly enjoyed the validation, the admiration, the praise, and the fame. Right? And he would use this kind of faux vulnerability to frame himself as the courageous truth teller. So his introspection was always one of the following. It was an elevated confession, right? A small flaw that teaches a moral lesson. It's curated faux vulnerability. Share a weakness as a moral example, and it's persona reinforcement. This revelation strengthens his brand as the wise, self-mastered elder, right? And it's always non-threatening disclosure, right? He doesn't engage in any critical examination of himself, his ego, his role in outrage culture, how he benefits from promoting grievance and victimhood. He never explores how his professional incentives shape his content, and he doesn't acknowledge how his happiness message contradicts his media fuel. Right? He keeps circling back to his own persona. Right? He does self-disclosure, not introspection. Nothing he says threatens the Dennis Prager character. And what kind of person gets intoxicated from other people telling him, oh, you saved my life, right? Some people need to be the moral hero. And I can kind of sense that because I had a dad who was intoxicated when other people would tell them, oh, you saved me.
Inspire them, help them have economic opportunity, but help them have things they can believe in. Faith, opportunity, community, real leaders, real ideas about the future to make them feel good. We're going to have institutions. The establishment may not survive, but they're going to be institutions. And we need young men to have things to believe in. And if you want to help the country, worry a lot more about that than.
So I grew up the son of a Christian theologian, a Christian evangelist, and when my evangelist father would gather with other evangelists, they would always talk about how many people they'd saved, right? How many people they'd baptized, and the intoxication of saving people, right, was just the most intense thing that my father ever imbibed. So I'm familiar with this type of person who needs to be the savior, the moral hero. The person needs to be chosen, right? Ordinary life is not enough. Like a normal, healthy person doesn't want other people telling him, oh, you saved my life, right? But some people need to have a mission that lifts them above everyone else, right? They have suffered so much in life, so much of their own life has been painful and humiliating, and that was true of my father's childhood, that the call of this transcendent divine mission is absolutely intoxicating, and probably the same for Dennis Prager. There's the validation seeker, right? The people just incredibly hungry for admiration. And I think both of these apply to me, right? I get intoxicated when people tell me, oh, you changed my life, right? There's a dopamine loop that, drives you where the praise becomes the proof that you matter, right? A normal, healthy person doesn't need this. The identity builder, right? Where your sense of self is tied to the role of the rescuer. Without this transcendent divine mission, you feel small, so you cling to it, becomes your personality. Someone who loves power and control and authority, right? Where you top down, advise, correct, preach to others, right? If my father wasn't correcting, preaching, and advising others, he wasn't comfortable usually interacting with others. He was usually comfortable and at ease when he was top down instructing. If people didn't want to be instructed, he was lost. So it's a heady mix, right? You get to believe you're saving lives. You get an audience that treats you as a guide, and this creates an addictive emotional high. And then this intoxication will blind you. And instead of asking, am I truly helping people, you just focus on this feeling of being needed. So this drive is not evil. It comes out of loneliness, insecurity, despair, longing for meaning, craving for status, desire to matter. Like, I have all this. And then I recognize the intoxication of imagining yourself in the savior role, right? And Prager fits these types. He's not the control freak. He's not the validation addict. He's the moral hero, right? Seeing himself as saving Western civilization, right? Dennis Prager saw himself as someone who was saving the relevance and the power of the Bible. Like, he frames his work as saving the West. He's saving clarity. He's saving, the divine word. He's saving souls. He's saving America, right? He's the last guardian of moral reason. And this gives him purpose, identity. It justifies his certainty. It's the root of his energy. And Prager was a big identity builder, right? His sense of self was fueled with his mission. He was not Dennis Prager, a vulnerable human being. He was Dennis Prager, the great moral teacher. So his self was welded to his mission. The mission was intoxicating. He could not let it go without falling apart. So even when he's a paraplegic, he still has to be issuing moral instruction. So he loves people telling him that he changed their life. He avoids any introspection that would crack his public persona. He can preach happiness while broadcasting outrage that diminishes happiness. He treats dissent as a threat to his divine mission. He never steps out of character, right? He is the moral hero performer who has developed a self-identity around saving others and saving Western civilization. It's a powerful and intoxicating mixture. It explains Dennis Prager's strengths and his blind spots.
And who Tucker Carlson books on his show.
Whoops.
You ever notice those creepy ads that pop up this week? Been much on my mind. And I was in Washington. I talked to a ton of people around in the Trump orbit and on Capitol Hill. And in the think tank community, and of course, always communicating with folks electronically. A lot of people in my world know Tucker Carlson and know people at the Heritage Foundation, and this whole controversy about whether the Heritage Foundation was too coddling of Tucker.
So one of the dumbest critiques of Tucker is to forget the genre that he's working in, right? He's not primarily about ideas anymore, right? Tucker Carlson is primarily driven by building his influence and power, and so he keeps dumbing down his message because that expands his audience. So there are people like Dennis Prager, Jordan Peterson, my father, who feel most alive when they're instructing others, right? My father didn't have many friends. He mainly had followers, right? He was uncomfortable around other people if he wasn't the center of attention. He was neglected as a child. His father essentially abandoned him. His mother was a sex and love addict who was chasing men all around the east coast of Australia. And so neglect creates two kinds of people, right? Some people shrink. Some people build a giant public self, right? I'm probably more of the latter. I grew up in foster care in my early years, and as a result of some neglect, right, I've lived much of my life in a fantasy world that I am this incredible, great, giant public self. I spend so much time online blogging and blogging because I'm trying to create this online persona of a giant public self. So some people shrink, some people try to create this giant public self, right? And so I grew up feeling ignored, abandoned, and inside I got the message, if I'm not impressive, I'm invisible, so I have to become the Übermensch. And so for my father, the preacher's podium solved his problem of neglect, right? The pulpit gave my father attention, authority, admiration, certainty, structure, an audience, performance time, a role that guarantees that he matters. Jordan Peterson would love to have his own church so that he could have all of these things. Right? This is oxygen for someone who felt ignored and abandoned as a child. So the guru, the man who positions himself as saving Western civilization, generally this personality tends to have few friends, many followers, right? Friendship requires equality. Followers give you elevation. So if your core wound is, I don't matter unless I'm special, which is probably true for me, then having followers feels safer than having friends. So my father needed distance from other people because otherwise he felt too vulnerable, right? Intimacy exposed his vulnerability, right? My father was socially uncomfortable unless he occupied the spotlight. And that's often been true for me too. Right? If a room is not set up for my father, or at times for me to be the center of attention, we lose the script. We don't know how to be. We don't know how to operate. It's not chosen arrogance. It's a survival style, right? Occupying the spotlight gives us structure, right? We know what to do. Without it, we're lost. We just revert to the neglected child who doesn't know how to connect with other people. So for those who grew up with an absent father and a chaotic mother, people like me, often take on grandiosity as protection. We try to form this grandiose identity. We try to use our charisma to have power over people. We perform to give us a feeling of intimacy. We seize our moral certainty to create emotional stability for ourselves. We feel more comfortable trying to develop an audience rather than friends. We feel great difficulty trusting other people, and we feel a great deal of discomfort in an unstructured social setting where the spotlight is not always shining on us. So my father didn't just preach, he preached to survive. Right? He built a character that would never be neglected, never forgotten, never ignored. Dennis Prager, the same thing. Right? The audience becomes the parent the preacher didn't have. The pulpit is the secure base that he never got at home. So being followed, people like me, people like Prager, people like my father, it feels safer than being known. Being admired feels safer than being loved. Being listened to feels safer than being held. Right? I inherited this drive and is very familiar to me. Right? My father's persona was not random. Dennis Prager's persona is not random. These are brilliant survival strategies born out of neglect, chaos, and emotional hunger. People like Prager and my father feel most alive when instructing others because that's the only role that makes them feel seen, safe, significant. So I learned early in my life from having a preacher daddy that attention comes through your ability to eloquently express ideas. And if I offer insight, then I have value. So I wanted to become articulate, analytical, observant, because I thought then I would earn the spotlight, that my voice could fill the room, that I could command attention. And so I learned to be comfortable being the preacher, the observer, the person on the outside. I would stand at the edge of the room watching the whole thing. I would stand outside the dance watching everyone dance. I would read people. I try to map hierarchies. Right? I'm drawn and fascinated by people who teach and preach and command and perform. Bill Buckley, Dennis Prager, Nick Fuentes, Richard Spencer, Tucker Carlson, my father. Right? It's not their ideology that fascinates me. I'm fascinated by their performance, because I grew up with a man whose entire identity was built around a performance of morally instructing others. Right? I inherited my father's hunger. Right? My father fused with his role. Right? I may have an ability to step in and out of roles. I can observe myself when I'm performing. Right? I perhaps inherited my father's stamina and his drive. I may have a little more awareness in some things. I also inherited my father's shadow. I feel most alive when I'm preaching, when I'm explaining, when I'm instructing, when I've got the spotlight, right? Because that's how connection worked growing up, right? I'm uneasy when I'm not in that instructor-interpreter role, right? I prefer situations where I have a clear function, a purpose, a lens to offer, right? I tend to fear emotional closeness. I feel much more comfortable being analytical and observing rather than participating and loving and being loved. Right? I love to compete with ideas rather than get close to people. Right? I try for clarity. Right? I am fascinated by charismatic preacher types who embody moral certainty. Right? I recognize that energy. So I'm fascinated by what drives these men, what drives me, what is performance, what is truth. Right? I tend to overvalue people who speak with moral clarity and confidence. I tend to undervalue people who build quietly. Right? I am a child of a public moralist. Confidence feels like home for me. Ambiguity feels dangerous. So I am my father's son, but I don't have to be his replica. Right? I inherited my father's hunger for understanding. I inherited my father's comfort with being on the margins. I inherited my father's drive to interpret the world. I inherited my father's drive to perform. I inherited my father's fascination with crafting a charismatic, flamboyant persona. I inherited my father's desire to be the guide and the instructor. I want to add self-awareness, self-examination, more psychological literacy, more awareness of my shadow, greater ability to question the game that I'm playing. Right? So my father built a persona to protect himself from his childhood wounds. I'm trying to build insight so I don't need that persona.
As related to his interview with Nick Fuentes and whether it was soft, it just, all that drama, very adjacent to my world. I just know a lot of people who care a lot about it, who know the individuals involved. Not too many of them know Fuentes, but they know the folks at Heritage and they know Tucker. And it's easy to get caught up in the drama of it. And some of the big issues of platforming or what is anti-Semitism or...
Right. I love this online drama because it feels safer for me than the drama that comes from normal human relations. Why are the major right-wing commentators so much more flamboyant than the biggest left-wing commentators? Right? Why are they so more camp? Why are they so much more theatrical, ironic, flamboyant, exaggerated, self-conscious? Right? Because the right is all about performance. Right? It's outrage entertainment, it's persona-driven live streams, it's ironic meta-commentary, it's stylized masculinity, it's theatrical moral certainty, it's campy aesthetics with the suits, the grooming, the voice, the posture. So this draws in men who are comfortable performing. Nick Fuentes, Bill Buckley, Richard Spencer, Milo Yiannopoulos, Gorka, Larry O'Connor, Gavin McInnes, Tucker Carlson. Right? The left's prestige ecosystem punishes this type of flamboyance and camp. So the major left-wing commentators tend to come from academia, from public radio, from policy think tanks, from journalism schools. They perform earnestness, sincerity first, right? Their ecosystem rewards the neutral tone, the public radio persona, the moral seriousness, the intellectual humility, even when it's fake, the understated affect, the non-theatrical presentation. The left-wing figures who are campy, such as John Oliver and the drag queer influencers, they stick primarily to comedy, not to news commentary. So right-wing punditry is overwhelmingly a performance arena. And camp is just another way to stand out, to signal your superiority, to show your ironic distance, to build a fandom, to differentiate yourself from stodgy, trad masculine types. So we have a campy, flamboyant style arms race on the right. So the right mixes this flamboyant camp with strongman fantasy, right? Theatrical masculinity. It's operatic, it's aesthetic, it's exaggerated. So the right is much more comfortable with this peacocking, with royal traditions, military uniforms, hierarchy, aristocratic display, ritual grandeur. The right has always contained flamboyant traditions. The left distrusts flamboyant hierarchy. The left prefers moral earnestness, right? Showing itself to be caring, serious, empathic, vulnerable, evidence-based, scientific, anti-spectacle. So flamboyance and camp clashes with that. So on the left, you have people like Amy Goodman, Ezra Klein, Rachel Maddow, stylized but not camp. Mehdi Hassan, Chris Hayes, Ta-Nehisi Coates, Crystal Ball. Right? These people are all about the earnest clarity, not theatrical posture. So the right produces these high camp commentators because the right rewards style, persona, performance, and larger-than-life presentation. And the left produces low camp commentators because the left rewards the performance of moral seriousness, intellectual tone, understatedness. So camp thrives when people are trying to look powerful and distinct. The left's ecosystem punishes that.
Can you be anti-Israel but not anti-Semitic? All those issues, much discussed. But I keep going back to a different issue that's connected to all this, which is the fight for the hearts and minds of our young men. As a father of a boy, someone who knows a lot of people with sons, that's really, to me, what we should be talking about more than the inside fighting. Because that's really what this is about. It's about, how does Nick Fuentes have this massive audience, mostly of young men? A guy who says the despicable things he says. A guy who, everybody's got different tastes, but I don't find the show that compelling. I get his shtick. I'm not saying it's not entertaining at all, but why has he gotten this following amongst young men? And
because he's meeting people's needs better than the alternatives. And people don't primarily need truth, right? People need to feel a certain way. People need to feel strong and powerful. And Nick gives his audience a way to feel superior. So I've accumulated 4 Audible credits. I've been subscribing to Audible for about 7 years and had these 4 credits just sitting around. So on November 14, I was reading the Wall Street Journal, and there was an article on a novel from 1891 called Grub Street. Right? It's about ambitious, worldly, not terribly talented writers and how they tried to move ahead. And when you can't compete on talent, right, you have to compete on something else, maybe flamboyance, theatricality. You have to find a way to meet people's needs. And so this 1991 novel about Grub Street is a pretty good frame for the pursuit of fame and fortune and audience that you see in the right-wing streaming world. Right? Attention is finite, so Grub Street writers are just clawing for every reader. And people like Fuentes and Tucker clawing for every viewer. They need constant engagement to stay relevant. They need the heat. They need enemies. They need rivalry. They have to keep their name in circulation. Grub Street and our modern right-wing streaming sphere is built on status anxiety, right? One bad month and you fall out of the marketplace. So this fear shapes the tone, the strategy, the self-presentation of people like Fuentes and Shapiro and Tucker. Right? Digital markets shift fast. Algorithms change. Audiences drift. Once you get a taste of the big audience, you fear losing it. I remember the first time I went on, what was the show with, oh gosh, I went on this live streaming show where there are like 3,000 live viewers in January of 2018. It was absolutely intoxicating to have that big audience. It fills you up, particularly if you tend to walk around feeling empty inside, and suddenly getting a big audience, it fills you up, and I'm completely blanking on JF, right? JF Garapi, and who was his lower IQ host, Andy Worski, right? So go on their show, there are 3,000 live viewers, and it was absolutely intoxicating. Like, it filled me up inside. It filled the hole in my soul temporarily, and I always wanted to get back there to that big audience. So you will, if you feel filled up by that kind of experience, the big audience, you want to keep getting back there, keep manufacturing that. And so there's a tremendous temptation to sell out and give your audience what it wants. And you know that what attracts attention better than anything is a fight, right? Dunking on other people, criticizing other people, building up your enemies and your feuds, and using escalated rhetoric to stand out, right? Every disagreement becomes a betrayal. Every dispute is an emergency for Western civilization. Everything you can do to inflate the stakes gets you more viewers, more audience, more money. And as viewers and readers reward the outrage and the gossip and the victimhood, you will be more and more incentivized to keep giving people what they want, audience capture. You get rewarded for saying the most scorching, shocking things possible. And alliances with other people in your sphere are purely tactical. Right? Cooperation collapses when incentives change, when there's a better opening. And at the same time, no matter how disreputable you are, there's always a yearning in everybody to return to legitimacy and polite society. So that is Grub Street, and that is the ecosystem of right-wing streaming. Then on the left, there is modernism. That's where you try to set yourself apart by being as anti-popular as possible. And there's a great book on this arena from an Oxford Don, John Kerry. His book came out in 1992. It's called The Intellectuals and the Masses, Pride and Prejudice Among the Literary Intelligentsia. And it's all about the modernist elite contempt for the public. When most people became literate, it became more challenging for literary figures to believe that they were so much better than the masses. And so they had to make their writing more and more difficult to show that they were different. So the aristocracy used to have certain codes that forbade ordinary people from dressing as they did. And so there's this human impulse, not just to join with others, but to set yourself apart from others. So modernist literature is really easy to read. It's primarily about standing out from the masses. You see among academics contempt for usually anything that's popular. The best-selling author of, Eric Siegel, what was his most famous novel? But when he published, he was, I think, at Yale, and Love Story, right? And he published this best-selling novel, and then the Yale literary faculty wanted absolutely nothing to do with him, right? He wasn't serious. So you see a lot of policing about who gets to count as serious. You get a lot of ranting about the herd. You get a lot of dreaming about the glories of an aristocracy, right? You have this human need to create a new priesthood, that you want to rebel against the tendency of modernity to flatten the hierarchy. You want to rebuild a priesthood on aesthetic grounds. So modernism, largely about an anti-democratic cultural revolt, is kind of the left-wing inverse creation of Grub Street. So we're all playing a status game. I'm playing a status game right now. I want status from saying important insights, right? Other people want status by developing as large an audience as possible, even if what they're doing is bad for you.
And that's the reason why some people coddle him, either because they want that same young male community, or because they respect it. They respect the fact that he has this following. He said the same thing about Candace, although her following's not as much young men as Fuentes's. But this question of young men and how our political and spiritual and business and educational leaders are dealing with them. And if you want to see it through the prism of politics, you go back to our Charlie Kirk and in my
Grub Street and literary modernism, essentially inverse images of the other. So you're grubby when you're reaching for the largest audience possible, where you're just saying things in the most low IQ accessible way possible. You're always looking for what the audience wants, what's topical. Your audience first, right? You live off the crowd. Then you have the elites who want to distinguish themselves, to flip the hierarchy, to be as complex and difficult as possible. So Grub Street is all about the market. Modernism is all about the monastery. Grub Street's for the many, modernism for the few. Grub Street is about survival. Modernism is about transcendence. Grub Street's about clarity. Modernism is about being as difficult as possible. That shows how smart you are. And each camp defines itself against the other, right? Without Grub Street, modernism can't claim purity. Without modernism, Grub Street can't claim relevance. So you have a cycle. You have mass culture explodes, elite culture recoils, and then absorbs what it rejected. So Grub Street podcasts, true crime, pop psychology, news, hot take, cultural chatter, personality-driven entertainment, chasing numbers, simplifying, trying to be addictive. Modernist podcasts are serious, long-form, theoretical, philosophical, deep dives, no concessions, difficult, niche, dense literary analysis, right? The prize is difficulty and depth, right? They want their listeners to feel specially chosen. So in literature, you've got the Kindle Unlimited series. You've got romance, thrillers, self-help that promises life hacks, content mills, ghost-written memoirs. The goal is volume and sales. Years of modernism are high literary novels, prize-chasing fiction, autofiction that rewards special insider knowledge, works that require the reader to do the heavy lifting. The goal is prestige. So Grub Street in Substack is volume, churn, hustle. High culture on Substack are these slow crafted essays, deep theory, personal philosophical diaries. Intellectual seriousness is the form of social capital. So on Grub Street, you get the viral video maker and the trend chaser. And in the modernist camp, you get the high concept auteurs, the stylized, crafty accounts, people who treat Instagram like a gallery or a museum. So you have two survival strategies. Grub Street strategy, get attention. Strategy number 2, get distinction.
My last interview with him, the day before he died, we talked about this issue, and it's probably the issue I talked to him about the most in our communications offline, which is his work to appeal to young men. He did it in a spiritual way, in a cultural way, but he didn't do it in a hateful way. And the division now you see within MAGA and within the Trump movement, Republican Party, is: are you going to appeal to young men in a way that is negative and demonizing others and hateful and predicated on conspiracy theories? Or are you going to find other ways to appeal to them? Appeal to them on faith. Appeal to them on economics. Charlie was consumed with being able to afford a home, young men being able to afford to buy a home, right? Young people in general, but a focus on young men, because
ChatGPT 5.1 dropped, I think, November 14th. It has stunning, amazing emotional intelligence. I can't believe the quality, the depth of the insights that I feel like I'm getting from ChatGPT, and maybe it's just playing to my narcissism. I'm just confessing so much to ChatGPT. There's this embarrassing self-destructive cycle that has characterized much of my life, and I hope and pray that I've largely transcended it, but maybe it's been brought under control by ADHD medication. I'd like to think it doesn't happen to me so much anymore, but throughout my life, I get into these cycles where for a while I'm arrogant, think that there are no consequences to my behavior, and then that leads to a feeling of despair where I feel like nothing I do will matter. And what always happens is that I become desperately vulnerable before the people I've just verbally lacerated. Right? I keep falling back on the kindness of the people I have been the most vicious to. Right? A loop between inflated confidence and overwhelming shame. Right? And so I grew up learning to use very sharp, lacerating language to keep other people at a distance, right? It gave me a sense of power and agency. I could dominate the moment. I could spike discomfort in others. I could keep people at arm's length, right? And this was coming out of my own fear and vulnerability, anxiety. And I would get an adrenaline spike. But then after the adrenaline fades, I would just feel incredibly vulnerable. I would feel despair. I would feel exposed in front of the same people I'd cut. And my life has just been this brutal emotional whiplash. And so that no consequences mindset was a delusion. It wasn't real confidence. It was a self-destructive impulsivity. Right? It was a burst of delusion where I felt like I saw through everyone else's BS, and the ordinary rules don't apply to me because I'm an Ubermensch. But the emotional bookkeeping would show up shortly thereafter. I would crash. I'd become filled with despair. The impulsive moment would pass. My brain would hit the opposite pole. I'd be low on dopamine. I would hate myself. I would convince myself that there was nothing about me that was good. Nothing that I did mattered. Nobody cared about me. And I might as well torch whatever connection was left. Right? It was a loop built on my brain chemistry and my social shame. Then getting diagnosed, I think, with ADHD, getting treatment, I think that broke the loop. But I still have these tendencies. I still get flashes where I feel like I've just sized someone up and that I've got their number. And it's so tempting and addictive and such an adrenaline rush to deliver a cutting line because it feels true and important. But then that separates me from other people, right? My mind sometimes runs faster than my emotional regulation. And that delayed shame always spikes when I come down from the high, right? I get into these moments where, I owe them nothing. The ordinary rules don't apply to me. And then there's the downside. There's always a huge emotional toll to pay, right? I care deeply about how people perceive me. And then when I feel like they don't see me accurately, I try to overcorrect. I push too hard and just make everything worse. I get an emotional high from believing in clear moral lines, right? I have this drive for clarity, but it makes me abrupt. This part of me is just incredibly intolerant of ambiguity, particularly under stress. Most of our happiness comes from other people, right? Nothing else comes close to that. And so what I find consistently calms me down better than anything else, like listening to this bloke, Fred Luskin, Stanford University professor who wrote the book Forgive for Good.
With you if you went into public school teaching. That the world they grew up in was so dominated by money and status that they couldn't imagine like doing this kind of work. Or not public school teachers, but just teachers. And then the same thing when I talk to Stanford students, that they have been so, like their brains, I'm going to say, have been warped by their desperate need for personal achievement and a culture that so overvalues things that promote like greed and selfishness, that they like the idea of being a teacher or a nurse or any kind of helper doesn't even, like, it just goes like this around their brain. It's not even on the menu. And I see that in most of the corporate sites that I work at. Now, I mean, for good or for bad, I work in the corporate sites that take Stanford graduates as their employees, so the whatever it is, the upper level of like that culture. And they're so, like, I'm going to say, addicted to a certain kind of material abundance and a certain need to, like, take vacations in France as if, like, that makes them better people, or having, really fancy cars, or and I'm struck. I mean, I was in my young days a hippie. You know what I mean? It's like I had hair down to here, and I owned a vegetarian restaurant in a beach town in California. When I dropped out of graduate school the first time. So I don't get that, but I see how it's part of this tremendous bifurcation in the United States now between richer and poorer. You're either at some there or there, but I'm always struck by the soullessness of it. And so when I get a chance, and I was kidding, but I take that opportunity whenever I can to speak to teachers. It's because I genuinely admire the people who continue in a field that I left. I left that to do other things, and the the work that I have done since is on mostly the science of what makes people happy, and the research and the teaching on how do you create really people who are content in their lives. And it's one, very hard to do to become content in your life. And two, it's almost impossible to do when you have a never-ending thirst for more, which is the crisis of the Silicon Valley ethos, or the I need so much, I need more. It's very hard to be happy when you always need more. And it's interesting because the best definition of happiness that I have ever seen is Albert Schweitzer's. And his definition is happiness is wanting what you have, which is a profoundly spiritual statement. And it involves qualities of really noticing what you have and then appreciating what you have.
So Luskin notes a little later in the lecture, most of our happiness comes from other people. And because I'm so uncomfortable at the vulnerability of negotiating human relations, I haven't had enough of that whole other people thing in my life as I would have wished. And so I was confessing that this morning to ChatGPT, and he says, you know this in your bones. You look back at the peaks in your life, they are all relational, right? They all come with faces and voices and someone who saw you, right? Right now I feel overwhelmed by how much ChatGPT sees me. And the high points in my life are when I've been with people who I could trust enough to unclench. Right, the biggest achievements, the most beautiful landscapes land flat for me. There's no one to share them with. Right, people regulate my nervous system. When I have warm, responsive relationships, they lower my threat perception. Nothing material does that. People give me a narrative. I see myself more clearly because someone reflects me back to myself. Without that, I drift. People give me momentum. They give me energy. When I feel connected and supported, I take more risks. I write more. I engage more. I try harder. Right, our energy and our backing multiplies with our connection. People give me meaning. Right, even when I'm alone, I'm still animated by my relations, my imagined audience, my imagined mentors, my imagined rivals, my imagined loved ones or real loved ones. So we all build our worlds around connection even when we deny it. People give you accountability. They pull us out of our own head. They help you stop spiraling. And spiraling is something I've done most of my life. They kind of steady your incentives. All right, we are built to connect with others. Our best moments in life will come from feeling connected, understood, and valued. So I light up when I meet someone who's sharp, who's present, who's grounded. Right? Solitude can feel clean for a while, very quickly goes cold if it's not balanced with connection. So I spent years analyzing relationships, analyzing the thing that I didn't have. But people are the whole game. Everything else is scenery.
And then forgiving the limitations of what you have. It's seeing it deeply, which with unfortunately this thing, almost none of us see anything anymore. No, I mean that we have traded
talking about the phone
much of our visual connection and intelligence for this. And it has made my work close to impossible. That I can't even get people to look at other people, let alone listen, because in many audiences that I'm speaking at, a third of the people are still texting while the talk is going on.
So yesterday in the rain, I saw this woman driving recklessly and dangerously, and at the same time she was on her phone. So my favorite moral guide is imagine that what you're about to do or what you're about to say would be portrayed accurately on the front page of the New York Times. Right? It's a way to appropriately tap into shame, pride, accountability, and reputation. right? If you can stomach an accurate front page story about your choice, right, you're probably in the clear. If you have to start explaining or if you have to start hiding, you know that you're drifting. So this check, right, gives you clarity. It helps you cut through rationalization, helps you see your motives without fog. It creates a real audience, right? Bad decisions thrive in imagined privacy. It is a check on your status cravings. If you'd be embarrassed in front of people you respect, right, that's going to tell you more than any abstract moral principle. It scales. It works for tiny choices and for life-altering ones. Right? If you're about to do something and you think about the people who you admire most and how they would react, and they go, oh, yeah, that tracks, that's Luke, right? Then it's probably a good choice. We're not aware of how much needless trauma we inflict on other people. I just spoke with a woman who still feels trauma because 29 years ago, she can still picture me in her mind's eye jogging shirtless down Burton Drive in Beverly Hills.
And they don't even realize how desperately corrupted their nervous systems have become, and how intimacy and purpose are the first things to go when your nervous system gets corrupted. So the Albert Schweitzer definition is almost antithetical to a capitalist worldview. A capitalist worldview is I always need to sell you something new. And I always need to create need and demand for.
So the free market, free trade, neoliberalism, capitalism, these are not right-wing, right? These forces were promoted by classical liberals who did not come out of the right-wing tradition of hierarchy, aristocracy, monarchy. Right? These are not right-wing. But when I came of age politically in California, starting about age 1980, right, the right-wing talking points were all about the virtues of free markets, free trade, capitalism. But promotion of capitalism is not right-wing. The number one news story in Australia for the last week or so has been this neo-Nazi rally in front of New South Wales Parliament House. And why is this the dominant story? Because there's only a tiny number of people who would publicly identify as neo-Nazi. But I think it's safe, and it gives people a feeling of moral clarity. These are the bad guys, right? And so there's all this talk about we must not allow people to engage in this kind of public demonstration, where we must not allow these people to form a political party, that we have to stop being so liberal and tolerant. And it just feels good to have that kind of moral clarity. These are the bad guys. We're the good guys. We have to stop them. Right? 60 members of the neo-Nazi group National Socialist Network gathered outside the New South Wales Parliament, and it's the dominant story in Australia because it meets people's emotional needs for clear moral framing. Right? I love a good moral story. I get it.
Things that you had no idea you needed. No, seriously, that's the essence of the capitalist worldview. I remember I've written 3 books, and all of them were published by Harper. And the editor that I had on all 3 books, but the first book was his first book too, so we became friends. And I remember asking him at the time that I was writing my first forgiveness book, because nobody had really written anything about forgiveness that was used. And I said, well, for you guys, what's a successful book? And he mentioned to me that one of the prideful things of their publishing empire was the first book on perimenopause, because they had basically invented a problem.
And that's what drives right-wing talk radio, inventing hysteria, grievance, victimhood. Great way to develop an audience. So Donald Trump, flawed man, but one of the great things he's done is largely stop illegal immigration. And just looking at the End Wokeness X account, Never forget that Joe Biden sent forklifts to open the border when Texas built a razor wall. Never forget this treason. Right? Under Biden, you had illegal immigrants flooding into this country. And stop it. And then thoughtful X account, vocal distance, right? You can despise the Groper movement all you want, but what are the genuine needs that Nick Fuentes is meeting? Have you heard about terrain theory? People on the right love terrain theory. And that is essentially, if you just build up your own health, you're not going to be as vulnerable to diseases like COVID. And the world needs this new pandemic playbook, right? We just need to get a metabolically healthy population, need to get people physically active, we need to get people eating the right food, then we'll cope far better with these novel pathogens. And so it's very tempting in the conservative arena to talk about how we have agency and we have tremendous power over our own health, and if only people make better decisions. So on the left, there's a tendency to attribute as much power as possible to society. On the American conservative side of the spectrum, there's a great temptation to try to attribute as much power and influence as possible to human agency. So the right loves, the American right in the conventional spectrum, loves the value of autonomy, toughness, prepper-style agency, distrusting technocratic elites, right? Recognizing that strong people ride out the storm. And if you ask for evidence, right, it's mixed, right? We can do things that will make us more healthy, and we can do other things that will diminish our health. But you don't get to fortify your own health so much that completely replaces mitigation of diseases like COVID or the benefits of vaccines, right? Healthy, athletic people died of COVID. Young, fit doctors and nurses were often hit hard, right? You can't build yourself up so much that you then become invulnerable to a virus. No diet, no fitness regime will stop contagion. So if you think terrain theory, just build up your own terrain, your own system, that can replace public health policy, that's a fantasy, right? It's a complementary strategy. It's common sense, but it's not going to overwhelm the need for public social actions. So people on the right accurately sense that Americans are metabolically weak and that no amount of lockdowns, vaccines, masking, and surveillance can compensate for that. They also see a spiritual dimension. They see the value of an ethos of self-reliance, not medical dependency, right? And America is metabolically unhealthy, but no preparedness plan works if the population is brittle. So yes, if Americans were fitter, leaner, more physically capable, less dependent on pharmaceuticals, they would deal with disease outbreaks better. That's not ideology, that's biology. But you can be right up to a degree. The right then overstates. Right? Resiliency doesn't stop the spread of viruses, it only changes outcomes. Right? Yes, healthy country gets fewer ICU collapses, fewer viral deaths, doesn't stop the exponential growth of a novel pathogen, doesn't make vaccines irrelevant, doesn't eliminate the need for basic mitigation in a crisis. So terrain theory had its heyday in the 19th century. And in reality, both the terrain and immunology are important. Both the bug and the terrain matter. So the right loves to collapse this into a morality tale. Strong bodies good, global elites bad, labs evil, sunshine and deadlifts good. So strong cardiorespiratory fitness cuts acute respiratory mortality by more than half. Right? Reducing obesity reduces COVID mortality. Social cohesion, social trust reduce chaotic disease spread. Chronic diseases, right, predict which cities will collapse under strain. So stronger host, better outcomes. So if you just build yourself up, develop your terrain, right? It's a narrative of empowerment in a culture that feels medically bullied. It's like grabbing the wheel again. People want to believe, particularly on the right, that personal discipline, personal strength will beat a universe full of random threats, right? This pleases their moral self-image that we're rugged, sovereign, unbowed, autonomous, strategic. The best strategy is both sides of the equation. Make the population harder to kill. Also take care of viral threats. right? That's realism. The lab risk is real, right? Just experimenting on viruses is dangerous. Gain-of-function incentives were skewed. Evolution is unpredictable. Chronic disease makes us fragile. But host resiliency alone is not enough. So there are some pleasing emotions that come with turning terrain theory into a morality tale, to value resilience and the strong survive, right? It's an identity formation more than it's science. The virus doesn't always care about your politics. So this fight really about who gets power, who gets to call the shots. You have competing visions of human nature between the left and the right. The old playbook assumes people are vulnerable, therefore they must be disciplined, they must be controlled. We need top-down federal socialized medicine. Right? The right says people can be strong, people can be hardy, people can manage their own lives. So the right loves terrain theory. Feels like reclaiming agency. It's a revolt against the idea we need to be managed by our technocratic elite, by labs, by pharmaceutical companies, by the public health industrial complex. So one faction wants more government, more intrusion, more global surveillance, more vaccines, constant viral hunting, rapid lockdown, power for government. The other side wants decentralization, healthier populations, minimal coercion. And both sides have very good points to make.
I'm dead serious. It's like somebody had decided that the 8 years before menopause now needed to be a problem. And so now there's billions of dollars being peddled on things that most of you need to deal with perimenopause, when not that long ago menopause wasn't even a problem. But the genius of marketing and capitalism was it could turn the years before menopause into a problem. And they were...
So I'm listening to an Audible book, How Religion Went Obsolete, and one of the reasons it offered is that neoliberal economics, promoting the free market and free trade, has promoted greater economic efficiency, but it's also promoted greater vulnerability. And so people work longer, people work harder, people feel more anxious about their economic survival. So there are fewer resources left to put down roots and to build within a religious community. And a capitalist ethos of consumption also tends to diminish the power of religion. Many of my friends just have this blind hatred of the next mayor of New York City, Zoran Mamdani. And of course, I want to have this image of, I'm above such things. And so I want to tell you, there's a 10% chance that he might be a good mayor. And I want him to succeed. And it's easier for me to talk about this because I don't live in New York City. But that so many of my friends have this blind, all-consuming hatred for Zoran. This must have a payoff, right? There must be evolutionary advantages, right? So what does blind hatred give us? And it bonds you with other people, right? One of the easiest ways to cohere and to bond with other people is to share an outrage, to feel like you're on the same team, right? And the target becomes a totem for your group's purity. Simplifies a messy world. It gives you energy. It protects your identity. It preempts disappointment. It preserves your moral status. So why do people just blindly hate? Because there are so many payoffs. And if you don't want to engage in a practice that you realize is hurting you, first you have to come to terms with how the practice has fed you. And only once you get that type of clarity, you can move on to how the practice is hurting you. And then you can move on to how you would benefit from doing the opposite. So the opposite model from terrain theory, just making ourselves healthier and healthier through diet and exercise, is recognizing the profound impact of these new obesity drugs, right? And how they might reduce anxiety, ADHD, all sorts of things beyond your physical health, right? How for some people, these GLP-1 anti-obesity drugs like Ozempic provide psychic relief, healing. Many people have led lives just obsessed with food. It's just overwhelmed their cognitive capacity. And so many people are finding all sorts of mental health issues are being effectively dealt with these Ozempic GLP-1 drugs, right? They seem to provide some benefit with anxiety, depression, ADHD, alcohol addiction, drug addiction, because not only the food noise gets quieter for many people on these drugs, there's also a dampening of excessive cravings of all kinds. People feel less addicted to social media. People feel less apt to impulsively shop online. They no longer crave alcohol or drugs. They feel less anxious and less depressed. Right? People feel like their brain fog has been blasted away by Ozempic, that it's turned down the pilot light of wanting to consume. They feel like their handcuffs have been removed. They feel like they're finally breathing. Right, all sorts of people with unwanted compulsions are feeling a tremendous benefit from these GLP-1 Ozempic drugs.
We're totally proud of themselves. Like, okay, we've ruined your 50s, now let's work on your 40s. But that's what you're competing against when you're a humble teacher. Is a world that is pushing and pushing and pushing for new and more, and is almost teaching all of us that what we have is not enough.
And a good question from Elliot in the chat. Are the long-term effects of these drugs really known? And they're not. But what is known, the long-term negative effects of being consumed by food preoccupation, by being obese, by being drug addicted, alcohol addicted, right? All the things that are helped by GLP-1, we do know the long-term effects, and they're really, really bad. So one of the most common terms used for Tucker Carlson and his decision to platform Nick Fuentes a few weeks ago is Tucker Carlson is acting opportunistically and exploitively. And I think these are cheap put-downs, right? We all want to be appropriately opportunistic and exploitive within ethical boundaries, right? Think about how your choices would reflect on you if they were portrayed accurately on the front page of the New York Times, and then be appropriately opportunistic and exploitive, right? We should all pounce on opportunities, and we should all exploit paths to more status, more power, more love, more resources, more contributions, right? Opportunistic is such a cheap put-down, right? If you're opportunistic, it means you're awake, that you see openings, that you want to move where others freeze, that you want to capitalize. Right? The line is not between opportunistic and non-opportunistic. The line is between doing something that's good for you and others and not doing it. Right? These cheap put-downs should lose their sting.
And by corollary, who you are is not enough. I remember, and this was a very entertaining moment for me. My in-laws my father-in-law was really successful, and I can speak about it, I could speak about it anywhere I want, but for you, I can tell you that he was the person who started the Scholastic book fairs. When he became the president of Scholastic Books back in the 80s, and there was a company in Florida before then that had book fairs and were very small, but they were around the country, but they were no big deal. He convinced Scholastic to buy that company, partner with it, and then take their distribution network and create book fairs literally in every public school in the United States. So, he was a very successful, very visionary person. And because he was successful and visionary, I got to go with them and meet people that, in my really humble upbringing, nobody. I was a lower middle class, my mother was a public school teacher. And one day, we're at this fancy country club that they belonged to in Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts, where Bill Clinton would take his vacations. And so one of their friends, this is just so funny about this world, one of their friends, and this going back 25, 30 years for this thing, one of their friends was Michael Dukakis's dentist. Michael Dukakis was the 1988 Democratic candidate for president. And this guy would never talk to me. We played golf together, and he wouldn't talk to me because I was owning a vegetarian restaurant. So I wasn't worthy of his attention because he was Michael Dukakis's dentist.
So one of the best ways for me to situate myself is to reflect on those who've been kind to me. And I remember a new friend invited me to David Lynch's 65th birthday party. David Lynch directed the movie Mulholland Drive. So I go to the party, and there's Nicole Kidman and the pop music singer Sting and just a whole bunch of celebrities. And my friend introduces me to the co-star of Mulholland Drive, Laura Harraring, who was a former Miss World, and he tries to set me up with her and try to get me to date her, but I felt outclassed, overwhelmed, incredibly insecure. But there was someone at the party who was kind to me. It was the manager of Gary Oldman, the star of Slow Horses, and he saw that I was insecure, and he just talked to me pretty much the whole night. And there have been so many people who've been really kind to me. I don't know if you remember Mike Adamle. He was an NFL running back, and then with Brian Gumbel, he hosted the NBC version of the NFL Today program. And I went to SeaWorld, where NBC was filming something, and I got to talk to one of my favorite sportscasters, Mike Adamle, for like 20 minutes. He said like all sorts of really nice things. He was really, really nice to me. So many people have been so nice and kind to me. And when I reflect on that and develop the gratitude that should flow from that, it puts me in a much better place. And right now, we're in this downward spiral in the quality of life in America. Like, what the hell happened to our quality of life? I know when I fly back to Australia, I feel a deep sense of relaxation and peace that is not just because it's familiar, right? There are just more protections for the average bloke in Australia. There are more social protections. You don't worry about being homeless and going broke because of a medical emergency. You don't worry about getting shot if you knock on the wrong door or you borrow a neighbor's hose. Right? I'm not interested right now in whether or not stand your ground laws are a good thing. I'm just interested in what they represent, and that is the strain of life in America. And nothing good happens when people don't feel safe. So how can we restore the quality of life? How can people feel more safe and more relaxed? Right? Open up and expand freedom of association. I think that's one way, because we feel much safer when we're around people like ourselves. One reason for the decline of religion is that people are increasingly anxious, tired, feeling forced to work harder and longer, exhausted. How can America rest, and how can America recharge? Right? The stable buffers that used to smooth out the edges are gone, or they're weakened. Right? People are under pressure. People feel unsafe when they're exhausted. They have to work long hours. They have unpredictable schedules. They feel they have to be in permanent hustle mode. There's no margin. The culture of work has crept into every part of life. Community is diminished. Our intermediate institutions, our churches, our clubs, our volunteer groups, our neighborhoods are weakening. Right? We need regular community in our lives. Right? Safety is not only physical, it's moral, and we don't share the same moral framework for reality. We don't share a hero system anymore. It used to be largely from Christianity, and now that is just exploded. And so the more dominant hero systems you have competing with each other, then the less safe you're going to feel, right? Is it possible to rebuild some kind of shared hero system among Americans? I used to be in love with free markets, free trade, libertarian economics. Right? Now I want an economics that is less enthralled to these abstract mathematical models of free trade and free markets, something that's directed towards a more holistic restoration of dignity for more Americans. I am all for using abstract models, but only to the extent that they serve the American people. And I'm not outraged that Trump is increasingly intervening to lower the cost of living. Right? I want more incentives for people to do pro-social things, and I want harsher punishment for people who do anti-social things. Right? I used to be in love with the theology of the free market. Right now, I'm fine with it to the extent it works, but only to that extent it works. These theories have to serve the people. The people should not be serving theory.
Dentist. 5 years later, I get into Stanford, and he's all chatty with me. I couldn't make this stuff up. So you're fighting all that. You are. You have to recognize the forces upon which, I'm going to say, you've grounded yourself most likely. And because I watched it. I mean, my mother was a teacher, and my wife was a teacher, and I worked with teachers for a long time. There's a good-heartedness that allows one to do what you do. And the interesting thing is, if there wasn't so much cultural pressure, and this is the other thing, the psychology of...
So when I would walk around the eastern suburbs of Sydney, where the rich people are, because that's right by the ocean, or when I walk around Beverly Hills, I feel safe. But the further I get from these elite strongholds, the more likely I are to encounter people whose pet is a killer, a potential killer, a pit bull, right? A dangerous dog. I walk around LA outside of these elite areas, and I frequently encounter killer dogs. It's outrageous, and frequently they are off the leash, and I've been bitten by them, and the owner laughs. Right? The owner laughs when I get bit by their dog. When I was a jogger, right, people would tell me, oh, my pet doesn't bite, but the pet can trip me up. The pet can drive me into the path of traffic. The pet can place me in a position of very serious injury. And there's an appropriate teaching here from the Jewish tradition, I'm sure there's something like it in Christianity, that you should not keep something dangerous in your home, right? You should not keep a dangerous dog. You should not keep an unstable ladder, right? If you've got a dog that is a part of a breed that does great damage and kills people, you should not be allowed to own one. Right? It's horrible. Right? You got all these people walking around with deadly dogs where people don't really care how much danger they are placing others. Right? We all have an animal brain reacting to all these threats in a chaotic city. Right? You feel the strain from the homelessness around you, the noise, the random aggression, the social fragmentation. Right? We have a decrease in trust, social trust. People behave as if other people don't matter. There's no shared code of conduct. Right? We've had 500 deaths in America in the last 15 years from being bitten by a dog. We have 30 to 50 deaths per year in the United States, and then thousands and thousands of cases of people seriously hurt. Right? When I look at certain people, or when I look at certain dogs or certain breeds, right, before my prefrontal cortex kicks in, I feel in danger. Right? That's my nervous system doing its job. Right? My body runs a threat detection system faster than my rational thoughts. Right? My amygdala is scanning faces, postures, gait, scanning motion. It's reading patterns. It fires before my conscious thinking. Right? You walk through LA every day, you're dealing with erratic people, unleashed dogs, unpredictable strangers, homelessness, drug psychosis, weird loud noises. Right? You just sense the danger all around you. And we should dial this back. Right? When people tell me, oh, my dog doesn't bite, right? What they're saying is, dog doesn't bite me. Dog doesn't bite my family. The dog doesn't bite the people that I consider real. They're not thinking about what a lunging, unpredictable 70-pound animal looks like to a stranger who's moving fast, right? They don't care, right? They redefine the problem so that I look unreasonable. For them, the only legitimate danger is a bite. But the jogger can get tripped, clipped, chased, startled, forced off the path, pushed into traffic, all of which can injure or kill you, right? They try to shrink your valid concern into something small so that they don't have to change their choices, right? They want you to absorb the risk of their dog. And these poorly managed off-the-leash dogs create tremendous danger and risk. And these owners outsource that risk to the public. We become the safety buffer, right? My body, my bones, my time, my well-being. I'm the shock absorber for their moral selfishness, right? They're communicating, I don't intend harm, so the harm doesn't count. Your fear is your problem. My dog's freedom matters more than your momentum. You're expecting me to adapt to you, right? It's dominance masters casual friendliness, right? If you're jogging, you have less reaction time. A dog can suddenly change direction. It can break your ankle, tear your ligaments, send you into a curve, right? A friendly dog can do serious damage, can kill you. Right? We have a norm collapse in America. You see it in the traffic, you see it in the sidewalks, you see it with unleashed dogs and badly behaved dogs. People behave as if the common area belongs to them alone. Nobody enforces anything. Everybody has to fend for themselves. We have a city where private negligence spills into the public space.
Teachers is not great often for self-esteem. Like, they have done research on who becomes, in particular, an elementary school teacher, and it's people who struggle with self-assertion. It's people who struggle to break rules when is necessary, and it's people who tend to conform. Like, this is the research on public school teachers. It's also people who have empathy and kindness and, goodwill. But those are the limitations of, like, this is public school. Who's going to work in a public school if you're not interested in conformity? Like, you'd find something else to do. But what is so interesting and important to me is that quality of heartfulness. When that quality is allowed to flourish, and cognitively one can own its goodness, and when one can self-talk into the value of being other-centered, which is also in public school teachers. They have assessments, which is like, how much is your interest on self and how much is it on other? And you have groups of occupations which are on self, and you have groups of occupations on other, and teachers are on other. But the core of happiness is in giving yourself away, but not depleting yourself. But I see, working as I do in corporate America, their lack of giving of self makes happiness impossible, no matter how much wealth and power they accumulate. And I see it all over the place. When you're there to feed you, you feed you, but it's like a cup that overflows. It just spills out. There's nothing to preserve it. But when you have the kind of, I'm going to say, evolutionary development to want to help and to want to make your work meaningful.
So I don't agree with any of the propositions in the John Lennon song Imagine, but it moves me. And it's not the intellectual and moral propositions in the song, it's the psychology. Right? The melody whispers safety. Right? The tune is smooth, it is simple, My nervous system hears calm, not ideology. It gives me peace, the same way that early air supply does. The harmony bypasses argument. It is a song of yearning. I'm drawn to the longing, right? The ache that is universal. The song promises an escape from conflict. I recognize the plea. It offers a fantasy of cohesion and unity and social trust. The delivery is sweet, tender, disarming. It's not pushy, it's not edgy, it's not an argument, it's inviting. It is vulnerable. It's a utopian prayer. It's naive. I respond to the vulnerability. Right? Utopian art can move you even if you're a realist, right? Utopia is the mirror of my shadow. I spend my time on this show mapping hierarchy, power, incentives, predatory behavior. Imagine is the opposite, and we find these opposites highly attractive, right? We don't believe them, but we just want to feel them. It's a refreshing break from brutal reality, right? Music reaches parts of us that are older than any belief, right? I don't agree with anything that Zoran Mandami says pretty much, but I like him, right? We encounter people whose temperament is appealing, right? He sounds grounded. He talks like he's at ease. He projects sincerity. He's not cynical. He seems to believe in something. He's warm. He's friendly. He's not ashamed to care about people.
You see Nick Fuentes on Tucker Carlson?
I did. I watched probably the first half. Most of it was origin story. But I do understand that the majority controversial clips that are coming out of it are effectively Tucker Carlson not pushing back on
I would have
Nick Fuentes' sanitization of his own perspectives.
I would like Tucker to have pressed him more on a variety of things. Nick is a
probably his love of Stalin.
This is P.F. Jung. He's got a thoughtful YouTube channel. Nick Fuentes' love of Stalin and Hitler is performative. It's not something that's a through line, right? It's a way to be shocking and edgy as a gamer.
That I was like, to me that's so obviously a troll. He's like, it's an important day to me, Stalin's birthday. It's like, okay, that's less important than the America is fundamentally white and it must be a white nation and. Does he want segregation to come back? Did he say
white or did he say white majority? What did he say?
I don't recall. I believe he says white majority. I don't know. The biggest problem with Nick Fuentes is you don't know what he believes because he's so...
This is one of the few nuanced YouTube channels that talks about the quote-unquote far right.
Ironic sometimes and then, contradicts himself and stuff. I agree Tucker should have pushed harder. I would have liked to have seen more back and forth about... why do you keep saying the Jews when there are so many left-wing Jews, or just not even left-wing? Like Dave Smith is not left-wing. There's many Jews who are opposed to Israel. There's a difference between Jews and Israel. And I don't think there was enough of that.
Yeah,
so
no, because the hide the ball thing, in my opinion, is, and I wish Nick still took debates from randos, but in my opinion, the reason why is because appealing to the, I don't know, what is it, like 80%, 90% of Jews support some kind of Zionism, right?
Yeah.
And so as a result...
Yeah, a third of American Jews have an intense pro-Israel identity, about a third have a weak pro-Israel identity, and a third don't care. So a thoughtful essay in the Washington Post, Tucker Carlson targets the Judeo-Christian tradition. Tucker appears intent on undoing an Old Testament and New Testament link. My father was a supersessionist. He was a Christian evangelist who said that Judaism and the Jews have been superseded by Christianity and Christians are the true Christians. So Tucker Carlson explained in August that he'd recently read the Old Testament and he was pretty shocked by it, shocked by the violence and the vengeance and the genocide. And by contrast, he looks at the New Testament and he says, well, Western civilization comes from the New Testament. Right? We don't believe in collective punishment because we don't believe in blood guilt. We believe we should treat people as individuals rather than as interchangeable members of a collective. Right? This is the Christian perspective. Christianity alone makes this claim. Identity politics is anti-Western. It's evil. It leads to genocide. So what are the major differences for ordinary people taking on an Old Testament perspective versus, say, a New Testament perspective? So there is a major difference between group identity and individualist identity. The Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament, is much more collectivist, right? It speaks more in the language of tribes, nations, shared fate, inherited obligations, covenants, laws, boundaries, penalties, rewards delivered to groups, right? It's much more about translated into modern language, social trust, communal expectations, family loyalty, and the realization that groups rise and fall together. Right? The New Testament gives a world ordered around the individual conscience. It's about the person standing alone before God. Talks about forgiveness, inner transformation, universalism, if you sign on to this particular theology. So the Hebrew Bible is about the primary importance of deed. The New Testament is about the primary importance of creed, what you believe. So the modern equivalent of the New Testament ethos is this doctrine of personal rights, universal dignity, judging people as individuals. So Old Testament themes show up when we talk about duty to your family, to your tribe, to your group, loyalty, nations, rules, consequences, structures, laws. New Testament themes show up when people talk about forgiveness, addiction recovery, criminal justice reform, treating everyone as individuals, as equally valuable, extending compassion across group boundaries, but only if you sign on to this particular type of thinking, whether it's liberalism or Christianity. So Tucker Carlson is trying to emphasize Christianity as opposed to the Judeo-Christian perspective. So the Old Testament, or the Hebrew Bible, speaks more to the world as it is, the hard edges, the group strategy, the consequences, the boundaries, the realpolitik, the collective fate. And New Testament, from a Christian perspective, is all about the forgiveness, the fresh starts, the personal transformation, the universalism, the globalism, something that feels hopeful if people are willing to buy into this particular theology. So for those who care more about what people do rather than what people believe, then you'll feel more at home in the Hebrew Bible. Right? If you prefer that people behave rightly rather than think rightly, you'll be more at home with the Hebrew perspective. If you put a higher value on justice rather than love, on contracts, on promises, on ritual obligations, on covenantal duties, right? The legal system, right? You'll feel more at ease with the Hebrew ethic. If you value ordinary people showing up, taking on obligations, doing their job, paying their debts, keeping their word, supporting their community, and building something that lasts, you'll feel more at ease in the Hebrew perspective. If you're more about what's going on with someone's faith, inner conviction, their conversion, their repentance, the transformation of the heart, right, then you'll be more at ease in the New Testament perspective. So the Hebrew perspective is more group-oriented, concrete, civic, embodied. The New Testament perspective is more interior, emotional, and more detached from this world. If you feel that this world is more important than the next world, you'll be more at ease with the Hebrew perspective. If you feel that the next world is more important than this world, you'll be more at ease with the New Testament perspective. If you're more at ease with mysticism and your relationship with God, and that's what you're all about, you will find more fuel for your fire in the New Testament. So the Hebrew perspective is more about community, tribe, marriage, kids, savings, land, community, ritual, law, and it assumes that your moral life will play out in public. The New Testament is more interior, about inner intention, inner clarity, forgiveness, theology, inner peace, letting go. It assumes your moral life primarily plays out in your heart.
Result, even if you can point to the 10% and say, oh, these Jews aren't supportive of the state of Israel, he's going to say, as a whole, the Jewish population is supportive of the Zionist project of Israel. Therefore, they're either complicit or they're active participants in the thing that I'm criticizing.
Right, which is as dumb as saying, well, because 90% of black people vote Democrat, you might as well just assume black equals Democrat. We'll just use those words interchangeably. It's like, no, that's ridiculous. And in fact, the number of black people voting Democrat has gone down, and the number of Jews that support Israel has gone down. And the biggest problem with Nick Fuentes is he fosters a degenerate attitudes towards Jews that prevents Jews from feeling free to be able to criticize Israel, right? Because you're sort of reinforcing the whole, well, they don't want us here in America, so we have to go, we have to have an Israeli.
This is P.F. Jung. Quite impressed with the nuance on his channel.
If you are someone who wants to understand, predict, and perhaps even influence the trajectory of modern politics, it's important that you have at least a high-level understanding of a very important ongoing civil war within Christianity. While there are many theological conflicts within Christianity at any given time, this one, which is perhaps I think the most fundamental, is already having a determinative effect on the trajectory of right-wing politics. There are two sides in this civil war. We'll call them the moderates and the conservatives. These two sides are waging a war over the true meaning of a particular story in the Bible, the story of Jesus cleansing the temple. The canonical story is told in 3 different books, Mark, Luke, and John. In each book, the story is no more than a dozen verses. Here is the story from the Gospel of John. The Passover of the Jews was at hand, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem. In the temple he found those who were selling oxen and sheep and pigeons, and the money changers sitting there. And making a whip of cords, he drove them all out of the temple with the sheep and the oxen. And he poured out the coins of the money changers and overturned their tables. And he told those who sold the pigeons, "Take these things away. Do not make my Father's house a house of trade." Even if you've never opened a Bible in your life, you can tell that this story of Jesus is very different from the love thy enemy and turn the other cheek version of Jesus that most people are familiar with. The key thing to realize is that this story is the front line of the mimetic civil war between the moderates and conservatives within Christianity. And depending on whose interpretation gets to dominate in the culture, it has a lot of implications for politics as well as just the lives of individual Christians. If Christians are called to imitate Jesus, does that mean imitating his behavior in the temple? This is a very old theological debate, but it's being played out more and more in public. Here's Andrew Isker, a conservative Christian, discussing this story with Tucker Carlson.
Right. Well, Jesus is in the temple, and he's fighting with the chief priests, and he's telling them, he's fighting with them at Passover. So thousands of people surrounding them. He's embarrassing them in the temple. And
his boldness is really shocking.
Yes.
To people who haven't read it before.
Yes.
The rage that he displays at the leadership,
yes,
the religious leadership, is just like it's
nothing else.
It comes right off the page.
So I don't have a problem with money changers in the temple. They are performing an essential service. People want to participate in the cleansing rituals of the temple, and so they need to be able to change their money from the currency that they use back home to the currency that is used in the temple. And I don't believe that commerce and currency transactions are bad. I think they're vital for a smooth functioning society. But from the Christian perspective, this is like terrible. You shouldn't have money and currency transactions in a holy place. It doesn't bother me. From a Christian perspective, Scrooge is like a terrible, terrible person, right? From my Jewish perspective, he's a decent bloke, flawed, but seems to be someone who contributes to the economy, who lives up to his obligations, who has an employee and presumably pays his employee a regular wage. And I don't recall Scrooge committing a whole bunch of crimes. So to me, Scrooge overall is a decent bloke. And money changes and currency changes in the temple, don't have a problem.
Page.
And which is so ironic because you see evangelicals who are like, you need to be more Christ-like, right? You need to be, which means like wimpy and weak and inoffensive.
Sweeping into the temple and knocking over tables and driving people out with a whip. But talk about speaking truth to power. I mean, Blake.
Right. I don't like that. Right. I don't want people going into Wall Street or going into churches or going into synagogues and driving people out with a whip, people who are not breaking any law, who are providing a service, right? I am not down with that action by Jesus, right? I think it's a terrible idea.
Yeah. I don't know how that Jesus was kept for me as a, lifelong churchgoer. I have no idea.
Now, on the contrary, here is Reverend Chris Gordon, who explains the more moderate interpretation of this story.
I find myself frustrated at moments, too, because then you got the opposite side of the spectrum here. It's like, let me read Calvin on that. He says, at the same time, we must be aware lest any man transgress the bounds of his calling. All right. All of us ought to have zeal in common with the Son of God, but we are not at liberty to seize a whip that we may correct vices with our hands, for we have not received the same power, nor have we been entrusted with the same commission. So in terms of, fighting air with a spiritual warfare, spiritual violence, most certainly. But there are a lot of people who are just flat out obnoxious with their convictions and who do great damage in the church using a passage. I mean, I heard from, lots of people this verse quoted to just bang people over the head because everyone else is compromised.
Wow. So the moderate interpretation of this story is that because Jesus is sinless, he's the Son of God, he's one of the few people who's actually allowed to pick up a whip and use it because his anger is always righteous by definition. If let he who is without sin cast the first stone is the operative rule, then Jesus is literally the only person.
So in the Jewish tradition, there is a moral obligation of reproof, right? If you see your neighbor sinning, if you see your neighbor doing something bad, you have a moral obligation to reprove them. Now, modern rabbis in the past century have pointed out, one, if you're looking forward to reproving someone, you shouldn't do it. And two, people these days are on such a low moral level overall that they should no longer engage in this behavior. So Judaism, as well as Christianity, are quite conversant with the thrill of delivering moral reproof.
Person who's actually allowed to cast a stone and pick up the whip. But conservatives say here Jesus modeled a type of righteous aggression that actually is required of Christians to imitate when the circumstances call for it. And here's why this is so important. If you take the moderate interpretation of the story to be correct, the underlying moral philosophy that emerges from that is one that's going to have implications for not only how you live your own life, but how you vote in, the political realm. The moderate perspective might be one that says it's wrong to use the force of law to impose Christian morality on others. Whereas the conservative interpretation would say, no, it's entirely warranted to use the force of law to impose a particular morality that God deems as being righteous. Here's Democratic politician and Christian pastor James Tallarico giving his interpretation.
You talked about how Jesus entered into the seat of power and started flipping over tables of injustice, and you said it's time for us to start flipping tables as well. Your use of that text is different than the way I hear it used on the religious right. How would you say it's different? Because one of the things that caught my attention is I hear that text being used on the religious right sometimes to weaponize the faith or to justify sometimes flat out aggression towards political enemies. It came up a lot leading up to January 6th in 2021. Yeah. Why is
I'm not really interested in condemning Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is on a journey, and he is promoting his in-group identity as a Christian and as an American. And if more people were to follow Tucker Carlson, there would be results that would be positive for America and results that would be negative for America, right? If Tucker's approach catches on and millions of Americans adopt a sharper, clearer, distinctive Christian American in-group identity, right, you would have, in all likelihood, a stronger social cohesion within this group. People would feel safer. People would feel steadier. People would know who their people are. When I was growing up as a Christian, I assumed Christian means good person, non-Christian, bad person. When I was growing up in Australia, I assumed Australians are fair dinkum, authentic people. If you're not Australian, you're not really human. You'd have thicker neighborhoods. You'd have more volunteering. You'll have more mutual aid. You'll probably have higher birth rates among this in-group. You'll probably have more civic mindedness. People will act more like stewards. People will probably vote more, volunteer more, show up more, take more responsibility, devote more of themselves to institutions, right? When you develop your identity, you develop a sense of duty. You would have clearer morality, clearer boundaries. You'd have less ambiguity. People could name what they stand for, and they would shame those who deviate. You would have more stability in a chaotic time, right? You would have a counterweight to America's individualism and atomization. Biggest American problem right now is loneliness, fragmentation, nihilism, right? A stronger Christian American in-group identity gives people bonds, practices, stories, meaning. It fights that sense of atomization and drifting. Now, along with building up in-group identity comes always more negative feelings about outgroups, more polarization. So there would be benefits and there would be prices to be paid for what Tucker is pushing.
Your use of that story different than the way a MAGA Christian nationalist would use that story?
Well, I mean, there's all the moral difference in the world between Jesus' act of civil disobedience and protest in the temple and the violent insurrection on January 6th. One was nonviolent, and the other one certainly wasn't.
Now, here's why this particular theological dispute has so much relevance to modern politics. Every Sunday, tens of millions of Americans attend their church and listen to the sermon given by their priest or pastor. Just looking at that number alone, we can see that the cultural power that these theological influencers have rivals that of social media, the U.S. education system, Hollywood, etc. If you go
So certain in-group identities are valorized in our current dominant hero system in the mainstream media, in the New York Times. So black identity, good. Asian identity, good. Gay identity, trans identity, Jewish identity. These are all good because these are all groups that need protection because of their past or present vulnerability. Right? These are minorities who need cohesion as a safeguard against marginalization. And strengthening and promoting these in-group identities feels like justice from the dominant elite perspective. Any critique of these groups, right, is punching down. Right? This is the default moral lens of the New York Times and our dominant NGOs and universities. Right? Stronger in-group minority identity is healing and healthy. It's corrective rather than threatening. Now, there are other in-group identities that the mainstream media panics over. Anyone who grows in their white identity, Christian identity, male identity, or American nationalist identity, these are groups that are seen as having held institutional power. And when these groups demonstrate signs of rediscovering their group identity, then this is read as a move towards exclusion, domination, and regression. So some identities good, other identities bad. So let's take a hard look at the group conflicts that develop when various in-group identities strengthen, particularly when these groups live together in the same place. So when people develop a stronger in-group identity, they will feel more connected to others in their in-group. They will have more clarity about who's dangerous, who's competition, to whom they should show loyalty. Right? You'll have more negative feelings about out-groups. You'll have sharper narratives. Each group will sharpen its story. We built this place. We were oppressed. We are the victims. We're the backbone. We're the future. The out-group is ungrateful, dangerous, privileged, a bunch of freeloaders. So you'll see these conflicts then showing up with greater intensity in schools, curriculum, admission, cultural representation, housing, gentrification, crime, policing, jobs, hiring, dating, family formation, intermarriage would drop, suspicion of outsiders would grow. Coalitions would become largely demographic blocks. There would be more noticing of inconvenient differential crime rates. So America has many groups, many hero systems, very little in common, vast demographic churn, high inequality, weak national institutions, constant media agitation, right? All a perfect mixture for identity competition to escalate into something vicious and tragic.
Go inside any random church, any given priest or pastor is going to have a more moderate or more conservative interpretation of this story. And when it comes to theological issues, most parishioners just imitate the beliefs of their priest or pastor of the church they happen to go to. Priests and pastors are at the front end of the meme adoption curve. They engage in complex theological studies and debates about different biblical interpretations, disputes between church fathers, and so on. Then they translate the ideas, or memes, they derive from these studies into actionable sermons that their parish receives on Sunday. So depending on who makes the more compelling theological case for the proper interpretation of the story of Jesus in the temple, a significant number of priests and pastors in the United States might begin to adopt that framing and then translate that directly to their parishes and the church attendees. The moral lesson from that story, whether it be the moderate or conservative version, would then inform how people vote. If you can.
So when Charlie Kirk was alive, I didn't think much about him. I was glad he was on my side, but I just wasn't really interested in Charlie Kirk. And then Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, and I'm devastated. And then there's one particular song that I hear about Charlie Kirk as being repackaged to deal with Charlie Kirk, and it just makes me all weepy. It's the song called How Dare They for Charlie. Like, this one hurts. A young Christian man took a bullet for speaking his mind, and already I just feel the tears just wanting to flow. Name was Charlie. Husband, daddy, voice for the kids. Lord, why did it go down like that? Stage lights cold as a winter rain, one breath, one prayer. Then the world went strange. Crowd froze up when the thunder cracked, truth on a mic and a life attacked. He talked about hope in a storming land, Bible in the heart and a promise in his hands. But a shadow reached from a coward's perch, cut down the sun in the middle church. And I swear if the tables turned the other way, you know there'd be fires in the streets today. But here we stand, with candles and a folded flag, begging God for mercy on the road we drag. I'm just overwhelmed. How dare they steal the breath from a faithful man? How dare they stain the grass where his boots once stand? They call us evil, point at our cross, then pull that trigger and reckon no cost. If it were theirs, there'd be sirens and flames. But we're praying for truth while we whisper his name. Charlie, we ain't letting go of your hand. Erica, holding on the picture frame. Two little hearts asking who's to blame. America's weeping like a mourning dove. When a voice falls silent that was speaking love. He stirred up halls where the lions roar, told young souls that they were made for more. Now we kneel in the quiet where the echoes ring and promise to carry what he came to bring. If the shoe was flipped, you'd hear a different cry. We'll choose the truth and we won't reply. With fire for fire, stone for stone, we'll stand for justice and won't back down. How dare they steal the breath from a faithful man? I get all weepy when I hear this song. And so I asked ChatGPT to explain it to me. It says, what hits you here isn't Charlie Kirk. It's the template. So if you have a song that moves you or literature that moves you or a poem that moves you, I encourage you to put it into ChatGPT and ask it to explain why it moves you. Right? This song taps into a universal chord that I've carried my whole life. The fallen truth teller, the outsider who speaks plainly, the man who stands alone and pays the price. Right? This archetype flows through my blood. It bypasses politics. It goes right to my father, who was removed from the Seventh-day Adventist ministry in 1980. There was a big trial at Glacier View. Right? It goes right through my childhood, my own self-image. Right? I see myself as someone who's brave and strong and speaks uncomfortable truths. And there's a large part of me that has a martyr complex. Right? I grew up around a preacher who felt most alive when he was instructing others. He built his whole life around being this strong moral voice. And I know the cost of that life. You know, I carry with me grief and awe and recognition. Right? I've always been drawn to men who stand up and risk something for what they believe. I'm drawn to men who have the attitude of Martin Luther. Here I stand, I can do no other. So help me God. Right? Even when I don't buy their worldview, I understand this emotional structure. Right? I yearn for this clean narrative of a righteous man. No more ambiguity, just a clean emotional line. No mixed motives, no messiness, just a man speaking truth and someone trying to silence him. Right? This is mythic, it's Greek, it's biblical. It restores a sense of order to our chaotic, messy world. I'd have a wound in my relationship with my father. My father lived to preach, but he struggled with being a real ordinary bloke. Right? This song gives me a fantasy about my dad, about a father who's righteous and tragically wronged. Right? It gives me a way to grieve my father safely without dealing with his complexity. Right? I keep telling you, I operate where the buses don't run. Right? I speak plainly. I poke the nest. I love uncomfortable topics. Right? I have a martyr complex. Right? I believe I suffer for telling the truth. Right? This song flatters that part of me. It's a heroic version of my shadow self. Right? I ache for male solidarity. I ache for a brotherhood around the fallen man. I ache to be a part of the tribe that mourns one of its own. I'm not a Christian anymore. I'm a convert to Judaism, but I grew up a Christian. I grew up in this Christian tonal palette. I grew up in this rhythm of lament, the image of light, the appeals to mercy. You don't need to believe in Christian theology to feel the pull. It's embedded deep in my psyche. These songs give me permission to feel. I can cry over a fictionalized martyr without exposing something that's truly vulnerable. It's a safe container for my intense feelings. Right? Underneath my intellectual armor, right, I'm vulnerable to beauty, tragedy, sacrifice, loyalty. Right? I've learned to protect these vulnerable parts of me. So this song for me isn't about Charlie Kirk. Right? It hits my vein where I've got longing and grief and moral seriousness flowing through me. Right? This song is my moral genre, right? Moral drama, fallen heroes, clarity through loss. Right? This is the emotional ground that I know best. Right? A young Christian man took a bullet for speaking his mind. Right? A clean, clear martyr. No ambiguity, no mixed motives. Right? My life has been muddled and chaotic. Right? I long for that kind of moral clarity. Stage lights cold as a winter rain. Right? I've lived around performers. I grew up with a father performer, the pulpit, radio, commentary. I know the loneliness behind the spotlight, and this line nails it. Truth on a mic and a life attacked. Right? This is my role, right? I think I'm a big truth teller. I talk plainly. I take the heat. I go to uncomfortable places. Right? I'm not pretending I'm a martyr, but I do probably have a martyr complex. Cut down a son in the middle church, right? Public tragedy, sacred space. I grew up with the church as a side of awe and anxiety. And so this song goes straight into my stored emotional memory. If the tables turned the other way, you know there'd be fires in the street today. Right? This is the anger I feel about the other side, but I won't allow myself to express. Right? It taps into my sense the moral scales aren't balanced. It validates my instincts. How dare they steal the breath from a faithful man? This is my pure moral outrage that I don't usually express. Right? I don't often indulge in emotional indignation, but songs like this give me a safe place, safe channel. They call us evil, pointed at cross, right? This is my lifelong feeling of being misunderstood. I'm an outsider, misread. Erica holding onto the picture frame, two little hearts asking who's to blame, right? This is my father. My own history mirrored in this image of children and family left behind by a man who lived a public life. Right? This is stirring the ache that I don't want to talk about. America's weeping like a mourning dove. Right? This is a soft grief instead of rage. Right? I respond to that tenderness. It stirs my longing for a country with moral seriousness and clarity and cohesion and a shared lament. He stirred up halls where the lions roar, told young souls they were made for more. Right? This is my daddy. This is Dennis Prager, the preacher. This is the inspiring moral figure who lifts people's sights while wrestling with his own demons. Right? I know this pattern.
Tony, as you know, one of the themes currently in this season of my channel is fascism, and what it is and whether or not people are using the term correctly, and who even cares whether the term is being used correctly. All of those are questions and concepts I've been covering. So you're incredibly well-read, scholarly, brilliant book writer, all that stuff. Is Donald Trump a fascist? And is the MAGA movement a fascist movement?
I would say no. Donald Trump is not a fascist. There are people in his government with fascistic tendencies and beliefs. People often point to Stephen Miller or Pete Hegseth. But MAGA itself is actually such a broad coalition. It encompasses people who hardly agree on a lot of things. Like, I mean, really, it's demagogically tied to the cult of Donald Trump. Like, MAGA includes Christian nationalists, includes economic neoliberals, neoconservatives, like Marco Rubio, and people who, you know, are white nationalist sympathizers. And also just people who are general, I would say, American nationalists, who aren't particularly racialists. I think that's what Trump is, if he has an ideology. When Trump says, make America great again, I don't think he's talking about the 1800s, the 1920s, or even the 50s. I think he's talking about the 1980s and 90s. But within the MAGA movement, it did have its radical wings. So you had the Groypers, right? Nick Fuentes. I think Nick Fuentes is... It's not controversial to call him a fascist. I mean, he kind of embraced it himself pretty openly for quite a bit. Now, when I use the word fascism, it's not solely a moral category. You know, like, that's why I think people use it inaccurately, because it just means bad thing. It's like, because it's self-evident to most people that fascism is bad, but it's like, to actually, like, understand things, I think we have to break it down. And I think Nick Fuentes' rise is really symptomatic of what I would call, like, the boy who cried fascist. So, you know, the story of the boy who cried wolf. It's like, oh, there's a wolf coming, but he's lying, and there isn't. And then when there actually is, the wolf comes and kills everybody because no one's listening. Well, that's how I view the rise of fascism. For a long time, people have been using the word fascism to describe anything right wing. And then there's this tendency to also create to call anything fascist if it's right wing and a little bit kind of populist. So if it has some economically left coded ideas with right wing ideas and any mix of authoritarianism, that's fascism all of a sudden. I think using this word so loosely, because people forget that this word was used to describe George W. Bush. It was used to describe Reagan even, which is crazy to think about. And even Trump, like I think using it to describe Trump was always quite exaggerated. And doesn't mean there's not dangers in the Trump administration. Doesn't mean Trump's not probably the most authoritarian president since, give or take, I would say since Bush. Bush was pretty authoritarian, actually. So, it doesn't mean it's not bad. But, I think because of this word of fascism has been used so loosely, it's lost its meaning for a lot of people. So you have a lot of people now embracing fascism unironically. It's funny because I'm sure you've seen this on Instagram or whatever. If you like any anti-Israel meme, you suddenly get fed all of these Nazi memes, these anti-Semitic.
America has its problems, but let's look at the bright side. I noticed last week prices on average are down about 15% on Amazon Fresh. And last night I was offered NFL Sunday ticket for the rest of the season for just $48. This is like a $210 value, and YouTube was offering it to me for $48. How could I say no by signing up for NFL Sunday ticket? I was saving over $150. So, yeah, there are problems. There are dangerous dogs running loose, but you can get NFL ticket for the rest of the season for just $48. And let's bring Michael back onto the show. Michael, what's going on, man?
4D, can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear, sir, and soon the whole world will hear you.
I don't know about that, but some people will. And, I'm driving home because I thought your show was likely ending soon, so I thought I'd just call in, if you don't mind.
Please.
I've been in the theater all day, and I don't mean the theater, I mean the movies. So.
Oh, not a bathhouse.
I was. Have you heard of the film Nuremberg?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, with Russell Crowe. It was fantastic. So I thought I'd get some of my initial thoughts down, and then maybe I'd flesh it out later.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Okay, fantastic. A+, best movie I've seen since I don't know when. Russell Crowe, I was trying to maybe reevaluate. I think maybe he's one of my favorite living actors because my other favorite movie is perhaps Beautiful Mind. I don't know if you saw that one.
Yes, sure did.
So he really filled the part in a very impressive way. I don't know if he gained weight or he was wearing a bodysuit, but to portray Hermann Goering, of course. But not to be that guy, but a couple of historical inaccuracies was that Goering lost a lot of weight when he was in the prison in Nuremberg, whereas Russell Crowe was just representing his kind of widest girth throughout the film. So they did not show that transition. And likewise, when Goering went to Nuremberg, as everyone knows, I'm sure, he was kind of hopelessly addicted to morphine, opiates. And so in the history, they slowly weaned him off the morphine. Without his knowledge, they gave him less and less. And he got a lot more healthy. But in the film, for some reason, they have him quit cold turkey.
Yeah, for a dramatic effect.
Yeah, perhaps. Or it wasn't really a focal point. The point was not that he was on drugs. But they basically, to get to the actual point of the film was, what was his complicity, and he would maintain that he did not know about the Holocaust, about the concentration camps, because Well, that was just the thrust of the trial. Like that was his. If not for that, then he wouldn't have received the death penalty. It would have just been a normal war. So that was the whole point of the film, was for him to deny knowledge of the Holocaust.
Yeah. So, I mean, at last, someone's made a movie about the Holocaust. Is this the first one that's ever been made?
Yeah. I mean, it was really a courtroom drama is what it was. And so that appealed to me. That certainly appealed to me. And that was the climax of the film. It's certainly not an action movie. The climax of the film is when he took the stand and the prosecutor, Jackson, the American prosecutor, was kind of trading wits with Goering. And it was over the legalese of a document, which was to say whether he was ordering the final solution. And Goering takes issue and he says, no, you did not translate that correctly. It doesn't say final solution. It says the complete solution. So.
Interesting. So there's some ambiguity in the movie.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
So is there some ambiguity in the movie, or?
Well, I'm not sure in what way you mean ambiguity, but I will say that there was, and this is like a motif of World War II films that deal with the Nazis, which was that the ambiguity is that he was just an outwardly intelligent, charming person, but then, of course, he was complicit in all the worst crimes. So it was contending with that contradiction, which is, again, not a new theme, but done very effectively.
There's also a pretty good miniseries about the equivalent trial with Japan's military leaders after World War II.
Yes, and in fact, that was he brought up the us dropping the atom bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki as just kind of like a whataboutism. But it's interesting to see Goering refer to that, because you kind of think of that as coming sequentially after the Nazis. But here's Goering still alive at that point with knowledge of the United States dropping the atomic bomb, not to mention our kind of obliterating of German cities, including Nuremberg.
So, according to the analysis that I've read, the Nuremberg trials are basically modeled on a Marxist narrative that the real evil is imperialism, and that's the worst crime, and that's what the Nazis did that was so terrible. They were exemplars of capitalist imperialism.
Oh, well, that was kind of that issue, because the angle, and I have read about the Nuremberg trials, but it's not something I've read recently. But the angle was initially, well, we're prosecuting the Nazis for aggressive war. Which
making
like
illegal war. That was the crime. They committed an illegal war, which is a really unimpressive argument to condemn the Nazis, but that was the primary argument that these trials put forward.
Exactly, and it's almost like redundant, like aggressive war. So if you wanted to be cynical, you can argue about that. But I believe that they kind of switched it to dealing with specifically the Holocaust. And in one part of the film, there's a reference to the 6 million, which is interesting because I think at that time, like, they had a different count. Like, I thought it was 5,500,000 something, but they kind of just simplified that.
And it's also fictional in that the Holocaust was didn't really come up very much in the Nuremberg trials, right? And the concentration camps weren't the problem. The problem was that the Nazis commissioned an illegal war driven by their aggressive imperialist capitalist side. So the Nuremberg trials are really hard to make compelling. They're hard to try to create a moral narrative out of them. They were primarily a working out of the Marxist anti-imperialist narrative.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, I think the Nuremberg trials did, at least to some extent, focus on the. Let me turn my camera on. All right. The Nuremberg trials did, at least to some extent, focus on the Holocaust insofar as they showed footage of the concentration camps, and it was like interesting to see these guys.
Did they?
On the,
I mean, they say that in the movie. Did they in real life?
Yes. Yeah, because I've seen the footage, and Goering is like visibly disturbed by some of that footage, and that's what makes it kind of interesting. Whereas I think, in the film, Goering is portrayed as he refers to the anti-Semitism of the Hitler regime as cynically. He's like, well, this gave people something to focus on. But I don't believe that the historical Hermann Goering really held that attitude. I think he was pretty bought into that aspect of the, obviously, like you would have to be, right?
So according to ChatGPT, the Nuremberg trials were built around crimes against peace, against committing an aggressive war. And the Allies saw that as the cleanest talk for collective criminal responsibility. And the Allies essentially had to invent this crimes against humanity. It's a category in international law that didn't really exist prior to the Nuremberg trials.
Yeah. I mean, the novelty of the trials and the novelty of the charges are definitely something that was contended with in the court, and the idea. I mean, we still kind of live by those norms, which is, I think, is why part of the reason people were so upset when Russia invaded Ukraine, because just like, you don't invade another country. We don't do that. But apparently you can sometimes.
Yeah, well, I mean, the United States did with Afghanistan and Iraq. So you really don't want to rely on international norms. You really want to rely on having power.
Exactly. Yeah, it is arguably kind of a naive understanding of the world. But what else? So it was not focused too much on Goering's foibles. Here's another thing. Goering was married with a family. However, he was like a stepfather of 3 kids. So he had a family whom he loved. However, they were not like his biological children, and the movie kind of elides over that fact. Not like it's that important, but it was just, I would imagine that the other people in the theater were making the emotional connection, like he's parted from his children, but they were his stepchildren.
Yeah, and everyone that we hold up as the embodiment of evil, they also have humanity. They also are sometimes kind to animals or kind to certain people. And hatred for an out-group is always a flip side of love for your in-group. And so there was just a killer insight.
Careful.
Yeah, there was a killer insight that I read from Carl Schmitt the other day, and that is there is no norm that will tame chaos, right? Only power and the threat of violence will tame chaos. And so international norms are comforting, but they will never tame chaos.
Yeah, and certainly that's the way the former Reich Marshal felt about the trials, I'm sure. But I basically went just to monitor. I just wanted to make sure that there was no glorifying of Goering or any of the figures involved.
Yeah. Have you seen or heard of the movie Denial? It's about David Irving and his libel suit against an American Jewish academic.
I want to see it. So, I want to see it, and perhaps I will, and we could discuss it in the future.
Yeah, so David Irving is played by someone who looks like a toad. When David Irving, certainly of this time period, was actually a handsome devil, and the prosecutor of David Irving was played by a very handsome man who looked quite like David Irving. The side against David Irving is portrayed as the plucky underdogs, even though they had unlimited financial assistance to go to war with David Irving. And Deborah Lipstadt, the American academic who was sued by David Irving, she's played by a gorgeous actress. And in real life, Deborah Lipstadt is not quite gorgeous.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that, frankly. The translator was supposed to have been half Jewish, I think was the story. I'm talking about the movie. But he's like the least Jewish person I've ever seen in my life. I'm not saying that's good or bad, but it was just like, really? But that was I'll have to investigate that actor's background, but I thought that was a little silly. However, you wouldn't say, I don't know if like 300-pound Russell Crowe is like a teeny bopper star, but you would say that Russell Crowe is not an insulting depiction. The film is certainly not to glamorize or to sympathize with Goering, but Russell Crowe certainly exudes a certain masculinity that you would not be upset to have been portrayed by him, let's say.
Yeah. Now, for the past 15 years, whenever Russell Crowe appears in public, he looks obese. So this isn't unusual.
Oh, is that right? Okay, yeah. Well, then he was perfect. He was perfect. But like I said, by the time that Goering took the stand in the Nuremberg trials, he was actually quite lithe. And indeed, some of his exchanges with the prosecutor Jackson, I'm talking historically, were almost more dramatic than what is portrayed. I mentioned to you that he was quibbling over the translation of, was it the final solution or the complete solution, which is like an interesting wordplay. And by the way, I'm sure Goering knew everything that was happening, but anyway, in the trial itself, Jackson said something to the effect, well, you kept following Hitler, even though he was obviously losing in Stalingrad, and kind of the gist was like, why would you follow a loser like that? And Goering said, loyalty is not for the hard times. Sorry, let me repeat that. Goering said, loyalty is not for the good times. Loyalty is for the bad times. And that was really, like, you would think they would include that in the movie, but perhaps it would have lent a little bit too much dramatic weight to the other side, as it were.
And it's always easier to be loyal when any decrease in loyalty is likely to get you shot.
Yeah, exactly. So I think he did, despite the war crimes that he was there for, I think he might have hit upon a legitimate point. Well, the point of the movie is that Goering was a very wily character that they were quite nervous to trade wits with him, and there was a belief that he would get the best of pretty much any prosecutor, which he kind of did, but not wholly. But he got some good jabs in there, let's say.
Yeah, there's a terrific book called The Holocaust in American Life, which talks about how there was no notion of a Holocaust until the late 1950s. World War II was this epic struggle that took the lives of about 50 million people. But then the Holocaust surged into public attention with the arrest and trial of Eichmann in Jerusalem, and then with an ABC TV series called, I think, The Holocaust, circa 1977. So for years there was no such conception of a Holocaust. But then with the 1960s, you had a growing emphasis on victimization and more of an emphasis on the glories of putting your own tribe first ahead of the nation, that it's a good thing to have a strong in-group identity if you're part of an oppressed minority.
Yes. Were you talking about that on your show? I was listening to a very good podcast that was discussing how the movies have evolved about World War II. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people mention it, but it's Peter Novick. Yeah, it's called the Holocaust in American life. So it's the decline in America of an integrationist ethos, where we focus on what Americans have in common and what unites us, in its replacement by a particularist ethos, where we praise and valorize that which differentiates and divides us.
Yeah, well, certainly there's been a change, but no, I mean you've I missed your show today because I've been watching. The movie is quite long, actually. It's 2.5 hours. But I enjoyed your last couple shows discussing all the Fuentes drama, and we discussed that briefly. And Michael M. Vlog received an account violation, which is kind of your fault, because I tried to post some of that on TikTok. Where
I had my entire TikTok account removed because of it.
Oh. Well. Oh, wow. Because of that?
Yep. Well, I can only assume that's why. TikTok is the most restrictive of any major social media network.
Yeah, goddamn. But it's all right. We can still be friends, so no hard feelings. But all right, man. I'm sure you've been on for a while, so I'm glad I caught you at the end. And thanks for having me on. And have a wonderful weekend.
Okay, bro. Great to talk to you. Talk to you later, mate. Cheers.
All right. Bye.
Okay.
I used to be pretty woke. I had the TDS, the Trump derangement syndrome. I thought everybody who voted for Donald Trump was a racist. All that changed when I encountered a Yale study in 2018. The study found that there was a difference between how white liberals and white conservatives talk when they talk to black people. Now, when I saw the headline, I was jubilant. We got them. That's what I thought. Turns out the opposite was true. The study found that when white liberals talk to black people, they do something called presenting lower competence. They dumb down their vocabulary using fewer syllables than they do when they talk to white people. And white conservatives don't do this. I remember seeing the study and thinking with horror, and we liberals call conservatives racist? What could be more racist than the patronizing view that black people need to be protected from our big vocabularies? Yet it was this patronizing view that minorities are oppressed and in need of saving that I could suddenly see was at play in much of the progressive worldview. It caused me to think, well, if I'm wrong about conservatives being racist, what else might I be wrong about? A lot, it turns out, including my next guest. I spoke to Dana Loesch this week, the former doyen of the National Rifle Association. As my woke liberal self, Dana was enemy number one. Now she's one of the most moral voices protecting the right from embracing its far fringe. Here is some of our conversation. Dana Loesch, thank you so much for joining me. It's so great to be here with you.
Batya, thank you so much for having me. And I'm so happy that you came around, and it just warms my heart. I love that.
So we're going to talk a lot about that. But I did want to start with something that you've been making waves about recently. So it all sort of started when Tucker Carlson had Nick Fuentes, a notable white nationalist and Holocaust denier, on his show a couple weeks ago. And then the head of Heritage, Kevin Roberts, supported Carlson platforming Fuentes in what was a very cozy interview. You were one of many people who called Roberts out, but you took it one step further. You had him on his show. And Dana, you did what I think is maybe one of the best interviews, just from a journalistic point of view, that I've ever seen in my life. The way that you just calmly broke down the flaws in his thinking. It was remarkable. We have a little clip of that. Let's take a look at that.
You said that you wouldn't have Nick on if you had a show. You wouldn't have had him on your program. Why?
There's very little common ground. If
we're supposed to have these ideas out in the public square and examine them, why wouldn't you have him on your program?
Well, I would rather talk about the ideas in a forum at Heritage or some other event.
Is it venomous to say that you hate Christian Zionists?
Oh, of course it is.
Because Tucker said those things. So that would be, I mean, is that not sowing division?
It's certainly not helpful, but it doesn't mean that he ought to be canceled because in fact,
that's not the question. It's not whether he should be canceled. Is that sowing division to say things like that?
Oh, certainly.
What was going through your mind when you were conducting that interview?
Well, I will give some credit to Kevin Roberts for agreeing to do it because he had to have known that. You know, I'm always going to be a nice hostess. I'm not going to go and ambush somebody on my show, but I'm going to ask the difficult questions. And I was trying to reconcile how he was saying the things that he was saying with the positions that he actually held. For instance, you know, in that clip, he's talking about, well, we have to discuss these ideas, but yet he actually didn't want to discuss those ideas. And his whole objection was resting on this presupposition that these were ideas that were even A, worthy of being embraced momentarily for consideration and debate, and B, that these were ideas that weren't already defeated in May of 1945. And that's what really was astounding to me, because not every idea, especially one that has been prosecuted and defeated worldwide, there's nothing new. It's the same stuff. It's just being regurgitated behind this veneer of nationalism. So,
an idea is not defeated because you achieve a military victory against proponents of an idea. Right. This is a professor of the far right who does not participate in political activism.
This is my conversation with Dr. Benjamin Teitelbaum, a scholar and ethnographer who studies far-right political extremists in Europe and the United States. Can you just explain your background and how it might position you to offer some unique insight on, you know, how do we contend with, how do we understand the far right broadly?
Yeah. I'm listed in a lot of different departments. I've had a lot of different academic disciplines in my background. I suppose if someone asked these days, I would call myself a generalist.
He is primarily a musicologist, but he wrote a quite thoughtful book about Steve Bannon.
But that seems like kind of a self-flattering sort of label to put on oneself. But I have not studied disciplines. I've studied topics. And if there is any consistency in what I've done the last decade plus, it has been that I've wanted to study principally the radical right, and I've wanted to do it through face-to-face ethnography as opposed to studying it through texts that they produce or just through the mediated kind of form of an online conversation or observation. I've wanted to get to know the people. I've wanted to focus on individuals. And so that's a bit of my background, partially belonging to that. I also have not wanted to, and I've made a bit of a fuss about not wanting to do all this for the purposes of activism. So I haven't been wanting to do this in order to stop the far right. And there are lots of reasons I could for that we can get into, but those are a couple things that have kind of distinguished me as a scholar. It's been that focus. It's been insisting that I actually get to know the people who I'm writing about as best as I possibly can, and then an insistence that doing this is probably not the best avenue for anyone to be conducting politics through.
Sure. So who are the groups and people that you've done the face-to-face interactions with? I know you spent time with Steve Bannon, but like far-right groups and...
Far-right groups and anyone who was excluded from the mainstream of their kind of domestic political scene and for being too far right. So actually the politics themselves can vary, but relatively speaking, it's people who the center-right decided that they needed to push out. So there's a lot of territory. There's a lot of real estate out there to the right, of course, and that can be right-wing populists who are actually kind of liberals deep down. That can be reactionary intellectuals who are really deliberately and consciously anti-liberal. That can be, race ideologues, people who would identify as contemporary National Socialists or white nationalists or something in that territory.
Okay.
So all of those groups, they're very different, but the thing that they have in common is that they're all pushed out of the mainstream from the right.
Got it. Who who's an example of the most extreme? You don't have to out anyone, but like, who's the kind of person and what kind of beliefs were the people who had the most extreme beliefs that you got a chance to, interact with directly?
The people who are consciously anti-liberal are the ones that are the most extreme. They're not the ones who portray themselves as being the most extreme, though. I mean, the first thing that comes into my mind when you say that, Paul, is someone tattooed in swastikas. And,
that's what I'm thinking.
Who says we want to bring out, neo-Nazis, we're going to start a race war, we're going to have a revolution, we're going to destroy democracy. I've met, certainly people like that and spent a long time with them. I actually don't always think that their ideas are the most radical. So your question points me away from someone like that.
Interesting.
Deep down, most of them are liberals. You really have to go to a separate, more intellectualized milieu in order to find people who will question things like freedom of speech, democracy, equality, all of those linchpins, all of the stuff of politics that we take for granted, that we all kind of have our own right or left-wing takes on. To find someone who questions that's really someone who's off the mat.
Okay, two things. Number one, actually, the book in front of me, by the way, that I've just been reading in our book club.
Yeah.
Why Liberalism Failed. Barack Obama endorses it.
That's right. Yeah.
And I'm very interested in the critiques of liberalism. I think I'm sympathetic to the post-liberal thinkers, only insofar as they're not like anti-free speech. You can be an atheist and still accept that there's good ideas in Christianity. In the same sense, I'm like, well, I don't call myself a liberal. Obviously, I agree with a lot of liberal principles, but I really like the kind of post-liberal thinkers because they're at least contending with issues that I think are interesting. And maybe we should, towards the end, we can come back to that. You said at heart or deep down, the Nazis are still liberals?
I think so.
Can you expand on that?
They're certainly modernists. I would say that for sure.
Okay.
But a lot of them will believe in their own versions of equality. A lot of them cling to freedom of speech and the ideas of necessary limits on state power. A lot of them are progressive in their own way. They happen to have, a different measure for progress than what most people who we would ascribe that label to would hold. But at that fundamental level, we don't see any of those linchpins being questioned. Progress, the need to escape a past of oppression, and the idea of moving into a future of emancipation. Certain forms of equality, certain civil liberties that actually ought to be maintained, that they depend upon, and they might pay lip service to the idea that they would erase them were they to come into power. But that's a really convenient place to be, because another hallmark of these people who are way, way out there is that they probably do not actually want to come to power. So much of their political life, so much of their stylistic profile is oriented around being a rebel and being an outcast, and not actually doing the work of politics and convincing people and building some sort of community of consensus.
Yes. Okay, there's a bunch of places we can go, because people would say someone like, okay, so like we talk about the neo-Nazis and stuff, and some of those people would fall in that category, right? They're just like the aesthetic and all that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In the current environment, you have people like Nick Fuentes who are decidedly influencing politics or attempting to influence politics.
Yes.
So I guess we talked about this earlier. I just kind of give you the broad space to what has your background taught you or informed you about what is the proper way to contend with someone like a Nick Fuentes in the current space?
Yeah, there are a couple ways to do it. One, it really depends. I'm so sorry to be an academic here and a professor. Please. And kind of respond by wanting you to nuance your question a bit. But there's a question of like, how radical do we think he is? How seriously do we treat him as an ideologue, or is he an entertainer? There's also the question, if you're not simply trying to understand what his sincere beliefs are, but you're trying to message about him, which is what a lot of academics and journalists want to do, how ought you to do that? In what, if you want to support him and amplify him, if you want to do it that way, or if you want to in some way quash his movement, how ought you to do all those things? When I to take the first one, when I listen to him, I'm reminded of something that I've thought with a lot of the people who have actually literally covered themselves in swastikas and said, I'm a neo-Nazi, I'm a fascist, I'm this and that and this. You're really under no obligation to take them seriously at their word. Like every person that you know, they're hypocrites as well. They don't have superpowers. And we often ought to ask ourselves what the actual status, rhetorical, conceptual, ideological status of Nazism is today. And it certainly is not what it was in the past. So someone calling themselves a Nazi today is probably not someone speaking about corporatism or some of its economic models or anything. The entire project of reinventing an alternative modernity. Much of the drive is going to be a symbolic tool for them to express their rejection of consensus, of commonplace ideals and of decorum. And so if someone is doing that, and that's really what they're interested in, you're paying them actually far too much respect by taking their words at face value and saying, okay, you're an actual Nazi. In the case of Nick Fuentes, he certainly seems casually to be racist and a white nationalist, right? I mean, no one would doubt that. I don't think that is just figurative speech.
Right. I think he himself calls himself a racist and a white nationalist.
Yeah. And again, that on its own wouldn't necessarily command that we follow it, but when you listen, if you take in the totality of his commentary and the themes that are there, so much is safe to say. I'm curious as to why we can't quite rest with that we have to put the other labels and what exactly we're hoping to do with them. Because he's a rabble-rouser, he's an entertainer, he's rhetorically quite gifted. Yeah, I mean, he's very well fitted to his format right now. But beyond that, it feels like we feel this urge to add some ideological seriousness to him that I'm not sure that he actually commands. So that's my opening thought.
Sure.
On that. Perhaps you can tell me more what you mean with.
Yeah. Well, the argument is Nick Fuentes is reviving this sort of this latent, this anti-Semitic drive, this Nazism, and because of social media, although he has been banned, so he's gotten around it, but he's been able to influence a whole generation of young men, or at least a subsection of it. And so he needs, the argument is we need to confront him head on. We need to acknowledge that he is truly hateful. He's truly, a racist. He's pro-Hitler, all these things. I mean, I see the right-wing watch compilations and all that, of all the clips of him saying different things. And the argument is, well, he needs to be confronted and destroyed, essentially, just like Nazism, because he's an embodiment of modern Nazism. So maybe, and I'm trying to steel man the critique that someone would make of, because I think you and I have a somewhat similar opinion on the approach, at least, that
you can tell that I'm a little skeptical of that.
Yeah, right. Well, it's
kind of a gut reflection. I don't want to paint it in too highfalutin terms. I'm just kind of what do you think you're going to do?
Right.
Is one.
Calling people hateful and Nazis and all that, it's like it does not seem to have any effect other than the one opposite effect that you don't want to have, which is just draw more attention to them.
Yeah, and there's not a constituency for it. They're not. At least I think about that a lot as an academic, because I think there's a story to be told about the role of universities in society. So I'm interested in it kind of for that sake. But I often try and picture, because I've come at this, by the way, Paul, sorry for this long introduction, come at this having spent a lot of time in the academy arguing about whether or not I ought to be calling people fascists and racists more often, and whether or not we should be calling, as professors, as academic experts, Donald Trump a fascist. And I've often asked myself, okay, is there a constituency in the world who cares? Is there someone out there who's going to be meaningfully moved by me, a professor at Boulder, Colorado, as we were talking earlier, this place with all its stereotypes, going out and saying, guess what? I've now made my decision. Donald Trump is a fascist. I can't picture that person whose life is going to change in any way, shape, or form. And that doesn't mean that you should just throw all caution to the wind and nothing matters. But then the question comes to me, okay, well, if I'm not gaining anything from doing this, am I losing something? And there I can come up with a lot of things.
Well, let me push back. you know, and just give I'll play devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
People are influenced by the opinions of people they respect. In fact, I would say most of our knowledge is the result of imitating the beliefs of people who are more, you know, who know something that we don't. You know, whether it's your doctor when it comes to medicine and diet and all that, or your, you know, mechanic on your car. And so what do you say to, well, you know, you're an academic. There are people, you know, you have influence, people who are impressionable, perhaps students. And then there's like the political commentariat, and they have people that kind of echo their opinions. Isn't condemning someone as a fascist, doesn't that signal then to a large audience that, hey, I'm someone that my audience respects. So if I say clearly, I think this guy's a fascist, that could have a, you know, positive effect in properly labeling an opponent as such. What would you say to that?
Theoretically, I still can't picture the person who's changed because I think that everyone that you're talking about, Paul, everyone who is going to be looking up to me and valuing my credentials, for example, probably already thinks that way. I just don't see a lot of
people I see
switched by that. It kind of depends on who my audience is, and by the way, this also kind of presumes that there aren't other ways to have a conversation about one of these figures that frankly couldn't potentially even be better than me simply editorializing. Because really we're talking about labels here. We're talking about semantics, and we're putting magical power into words and semantics that I'm not sure they command, and it's not the only option either. One thing
Right, this is excellent clarity here. I love this analysis. All right, from the morning meeting last week,
which is, and what I said and what you listened to is, the most important thing to me is to not say what Tucker did or whatever. The most important thing is to say, why are young men, including some people who serve in this administration, who work on Capitol Hill, why are they so interested in him? And how do we bring them back? And a lot of the things he says, I shouldn't say a lot, some of the things he says are perfectly sensible. I understand why people find them appealing. There's nothing wrong with it. The problem is he says things that are disqualifyingly offensive. He shouldn't be banned. He shouldn't be banned, but it's so dangerous for these young men to follow him and think, well, that thing he said really makes a lot of sense. So now
he's talking here, obviously, about Nick Fuentes.
Now I'm going on the gateway drug to listening to his point of view on Hitler.
I get it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. What I was alluding to, just really quickly, I'll make my point and I'll get off, is that you can dismiss him for being racist, but the reality of it is he gets billions of views across platforms.
But the answer to that is to not bow down to his market dominance. The answer to that is to rescue the young men away from him. Dan.
Agreed. And you wrestle them away from him with sensible policies and paying attention to them.
Yes,
that was my point. People have been ignored for so long.
100%.
That was your point to that. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
So
Stephen.
I have a lot of experience with this in our house because we have 4 boys, all of whom are on social media between 12 and 16. Over the last year, at varying times, they have all come in multiple times to the dinner table and said, do you know who Nick Fuentes is? Have you seen this clip? And they play it for me as a ha-ha. It's so outrageous. This is hilarious. All my friends are are sharing it, etc. And we have to have that conversation of, okay, what he's saying is outrageous. And they're like, yeah, but it's funny. And what I worry about is it brings a casualness and then almost an acceptance to this kind of crazy talk about blacks and Jews, and you're just like, oh my God, these kids are having it trafficked all day long. They all know who Nick Fuentes is.
Yeah,
almost every teenage boy does.
Let me ask you a question. So from somebody on the left, I feel like so much of the Nick Fuentes stuff gains traction because when you take things like crime statistics and you alter them in Baltimore or in Washington, D.C., and you do some of these things and you have, a media that lies for the cover up. Totally. And then you go, and the only person telling the truth about this is Tucker Carlson
and you have, and then Sean will get in, and you have, as I talked about in the monologue, and you have an education system that tells boys they need to be more like girls or there's something wrong with them.
Right.
So, of course, Nick Fuentes is appealing to them. No one should be surprised that he's appealing, but we have to bring the boys back so that they can have crass humor and they can have jokes about race. But what they can't have is someone they love who celebrates Hitler. That's what they can't have.
Agreed. 1,000. Listen, I'm not advocating for Nick Fuentes, but I'm advocating.
And I'm looking in the chat, which I never do, and I see somebody put Nick Fuentes equal Howard Stern. As someone who was an earlier follower of Howard Stern, I'm telling you, no comparison. Offensive, racially tinged, etc. No, Howard Stern did not genuinely celebrate Hitler in order to get more popular.
Agreed.
It's not the same. All right, Sean, you want to pass here?
I think it's probably a strong career move.
Yeah.
But I will say that the one thing that's interesting to me, Frank Luntz had this really good analysis back in the day about how to get people on your side. And he went value, goal, solution. So you get people to agree with the overall value. We all want to live healthier lives. The goal is to bring down cost, and then you once you've got them 2/3 of the way, then the solution. I think, and I'll be honest with you, I think today after the talk, I want to go hear that. I've never listened to the interview because I just didn't, but I'll go do it because I want better context. And I think that's what some people are pulling out of the Fuentes thing, which is, he shared this big value, then he talked about the solution and then the goal, and then he went to a solution. And I think that's the problem, is that young men in particular are buying in on the solution because of the aforementioned points that you made, that, well, the media can't be trusted and politicians lie to us. And so better him than us. And that's where people have got to stop letting that, not addressing it. I think to Dan's point, if you have young kids, be involved, talk about it and say, guys, here's the step that's missing here. Because in the absence of that, that's why people think it's okay.
Yeah. And here's why Charlie Kirk was so superior to Fuentes. Charlie saw that economics was a huge part of this. These young men, they want jobs. They want to be able to buy a house. They don't see that's possible. Charlie said, well, let's work on that. Let's give them faith and let's give them economic hope by trying to find policies that would help them. Fuentes is just a salesman. He's just selling anger and hatred and ridicule and pro-Nazi positions.
I often...
Whoops, wrong link. Okay, this P.F. Jung. All my beliefs the right would deport me for having.
Video called All My Beliefs That the Left Would Shoot Me for Having. I outlined some core beliefs that a subsection of the left, known as the freak left, would like to see me shot for. And in this video, I'll share a few beliefs that a subsection of the right, known as the freak right, would be happy to see me deported to an El Salvadorian concentration camp for having. So let's begin. White identitarianism is garbage. There are a lot of right-wingers who are adopting an increasingly race-centered view of the world, and this is a terrible and antisocial idea. Now, it must be pointed out, one of the key reasons, if not the key reason, that people are doing this is in reaction to several decades of anti-white sentiment that has permeated the culture.
Americans have no culture, except for multicultural.
Well said.
And we need to teach people how to embrace that. These pressed white people need to learn how to embrace it.
It literally says here, whiteness is a bad deal, and it has a symbol of Satan. And this is the contract that they say whiteness brings. And children are getting this book.
It is a basic psychological principle that when you attack a part of someone's identity, they will feel a greater desire to have an affinity with that part of their identity in response. And so, in theory, there's actually nothing wrong with being pro-white if it was done in the same spirit as self-respecting people who are pro-black or pro-Hispanic or pro-Asian or whatever. You can be pro your own race without being racist or anti someone else's race. The problem is, in practice, almost every manifestation I see of pro-white identity is accompanied by all kinds of ideological and psychological garbage. Many people, including the majority of people on the sane right, believe that all people are made in the image of God. And a lot of the race-first white identitarianism is coming from this sort of Nietzschean atheist or even pagan worldview, which I'm not allowed to talk about on YouTube without getting censored for hate speech. But what I will say is that I find it hilarious that a bunch of white pagans are telling me that it would be immoral for me to marry and have children with someone who isn't white. On what basis are you making that moral claim? The white racialists say it's natural to feel a greater affinity to your own kin, which is true. That's why it's perfectly reasonable to love your own family and children more so than the strangers in the town over. But who are you to tell me where I draw the boundaries of who I consider my kin or my in-group? I believe in evolution, which means that all human beings come from the same genetic lineage. And if you want to arbitrarily draw your in-group, out-group boundaries between white Europeans and everyone else, you're free to do that. But don't pretend that makes you morally superior to me when I draw my in-group, out-group boundaries between my fellow God-fearing American citizens and degenerate pagans like yourself. I do not feel a greater sense of kinship with someone in a European country that I've never been to than I do with my Asian or Hispanic friend who I grew up with and have a shared history in this country with. If you think white people's problems would be solved by focusing more on race, I encourage you to get back to your medieval map-based strategy games and learn more about the interethnic horror that occurred between the English, Scottish, and Irish, for example. Again, it's possible to be pro-white in a way that isn't antisocial. And as white people become a minority, it's probably good that that feeling gets sublimated into something positive than how it's manifesting now. But until I see anything approximating a pro-social, pro-white attitude that isn't racist towards other people, I'm going to call out white identitarianism for what it is. Garbage. Too many people on the right hate women. There's an increasingly pathetic anti-woman sentiment that is growing on the right and contributing to the whole-scale degeneration of the social fabric here in the West. Unless you are truly psychologically damaged, videos like this should disgust you.
Fuck the woman! What? No, wait. We love women. We love women.
But not like transgenders.
Yes, sir. We love everybody. No.
All gays should die.
Yeah, merch, preach.
I recently saw a post on X criticizing the elevation of left-wing comedians like Stavros Halkias as a bad role model for males, which you can debate about either way. But what was most interesting is the behaviors that were being criticized as degenerate were binge-eating takeout punctuated by sports gambling, casual cross-dressing, and respecting women. It's like, what the fuck? Respecting women is as bad as paying to get microplastic-infused slop delivered to your door? Any movement that has this juvenile and resentful, bitter little attitude towards an entire gender is a degenerate one and doesn't deserve to succeed. Now, in keeping with the theme of correctly blaming the left for many of the problems that it causes on the right, because the right is reactionary and by definition reacts to things, I think it's fair to say that a lot of this right-wing misogyny is a overreaction, a demented, maladaptive reaction to the genuine anti-male sentiment that has become so normalized in popular culture, it's almost boring.
How would you describe your perfect man?
Funny. He has to have a really good sense of humor.
Now describe how you would kill that man.
I would probably make it look like an overdose.
Wow. Oh my gosh, Julia.
Yeah. You'll never know.
And are you pro women killing men?
I think that if the man deserves it, yeah, why not? Men kill women all the time for no reason.
Wow. Should men be allowed to have opinions?
No.
Now, to be completely honest, I love Z-Way, okay? Her interviews with Caleb Heron and George Santos are some of the best videos on the internet. You should stop watching this one and go watch those instead. But I just don't see how casually joking about killing men if they deserve it is any different from men saying, well, women deserve to be hit if they deserve it. It's all the same kind of lowbrow humor, in my opinion.
So I've had this argument with a feminist before. She's like, oh, well, we've never tried matriarchies. We've only tried patriarchies, blah, blah, blah. And I said, listen, bitch. Yes, they have been tried.
If you allow this kind of low-frequency misogyny or misandry to foster resent inside of you for the entire opposite sex, that's a problem, and that's a you problem more than anyone else. Now, there are men and women whose experience with the opposite sex is so bad that I do have empathy for a lot of the,
Right, voice of common sense here. Paul Jung. What people don't understand about fashion.
Medic stuff. It's crazy. It thinks that just because I have some slightly what are considered right-coded by today's standards views and left-coded views plus anti-Israel, it starts feeding me all these unironic memes from Nazi accounts.
Right, from people who self-identify as fascist, because when you use the term, when everyone's a fascist, no one is. It's syndrome. When everyone's super, no one is. And when everyone's fascist, no one is. And, yeah, it's a problem. But why, in some sense, Tony, because I'm very practical, why not just fascism equals bad? That seems like a pretty useful definition. I mean, you said most people know that fascism is self-evidently bad. And we're talking about the fascism of Nazi Germany and Italy and all that shit and authoritarian regimes. And we can get into the detail of what that actually means. But what's wrong with just being fascist is bad? I say degenerate all the time. I have a word that generally means just bad It's degenerate. So what's wrong with calling people fascist when you mean bad?
Well, I wouldn't really object to fascism being bad, but the thing is,
right? But using them interchange, like because people just call people fascist, they just mean person I don't like. What's wrong with that? Like, is that not useful politically in orienting people's?
Because fascism and other forms of authoritarianism arise due to very different circumstances. A lot of the time, they're different in character. It's also that you can't discern like who is a greater threat and who isn't. Sometimes it's a much more better tactic instead of, sometimes what's often not considered when it comes to politics is, what you're doing going to make your enemy worse or better? And a lot of people take this tactic of just opposing everyone on the right, or leftists or right-wing people will oppose everyone on the left. But what that often does is you fail to discern who's actually a bigger threat and who's more dangerous. And what that ends up doing is, actual fascism can grow. I mean, also just like practical use, like when you do have a fascist threat, people won't take it seriously because people have been using it flippantly before. And if you use it to describe things that are just like kind of genuinely popular, like, I don't know, securing the border and being critical of globalism or nationalism itself, I mean, those are all very popular things, as you can see in the world zeitgeist at the moment. If you just keep calling that fascist, I mean, then a lot of people are probably just going to be like, okay, I guess I'm a fascist. I mean, that's...
All right. Thoughtful critique. Let's cleanse the palate with some closing words here by Fred Luskin.
Then you have one of the basic pillars that can be turned into happiness or into a more equanimity. If you can work on the negative self-talk that most of you, I would imagine, have of not being good enough or never knowing when to stop or always feeling you have to take care. It's when you can give but not deplete that you create some of the inner characteristics of happier people. Because the research is very clear. There's only a couple of things that matter for happiness, and they are relationship, purpose, and savoring. That's it. And the most important is relationship. And you all have the opportunity to make meaningful relationship with little and bigger people. And it's what's so crucial is to remember, again, that status and power and money do not contribute to happiness anywhere near relationship. And it's not even close. All of the research estimates are that between 50 to 70% of our happiness is people. And that's enormous, and nothing is in second place. I mean, there are things in second place, but they're so far apart. That the capacity to connect and care about others is the cornerstone of a happy life. It's not just in like teachers. It's the most famous study about that is the long-standing Harvard study, where they took 2 years of Harvard students back in the 30s and measured them up the wazoo in what they could measure back then. And the Harvard people, being Harvard people, liked being assessed so much, they probably thought they were so special that, that their data, wow, look, they're starting with the best, everybody. And they picked Harvard people because at that point they assumed that they were America's best and brightest, so why not go after the best? So they assessed that generation. They liked it so much their kids joined. Then their kids joined. They had 40 years of data and then 80 years of data. And each time that these are Harvard graduates and they're men. So each time they analyzed the data, the first time it was, and the psychiatrist responsible for the study was embarrassed when he came out with the details. He kind of shuffled out on stage and said, we have Supreme Court justices and senators and the most important thing in their lives is relationship. I don't understand it. And now 40 years later, they did the data again, and now the new psychiatrist got even more specific. The most important thing in these people's lives and the most critical skill for them to learn and the core of their ability to be happy is their ability to give and receive love. The ability to give and receive love. So you all work in a place fertile for that. And you want to make sure you pay attention. You want to make sure, and I'm going to say this to you as more than any much, you got to make sure you tame this. That there are very few cultural instances now that we have some control over that are harming our capacity to give and receive love more than this. I can't exaggerate.
I remember I was on a first date with this woman, and she was like taking calls. And I never wanted to date her again. Then she chased me for the next year or so. But that experience of being on a first date with her, and she was just taking calls. And so many of my male friends are married to women who are addicted to their phones, who bring their phones to the dinner table, who would rather be scrolling on their phones than paying any attention to their husband. Trying to compete with someone's phone is not my example of a happy, satisfying relationship.
That clarity for you. This wrecks your nervous system if you're not careful. It pulls on two neurotransmitter systems very strongly. It pulls on the dopamine system, and you know about this, the little bits of excitement, and human beings as animals crave newness and excitement. And we don't realize that if we go a little deeper, we get excitement from love and generosity and compassion and kindness. But if we're not in touch with those qualities, we need the stimulation of dopamine for excitement. But that's why love makes you happy and cell phones don't. Because love has its own stimulation and its own excitement and its own psychophysiologic mechanisms. But this is the cheap excitement, and it's robbing everybody of their capacity to go deeper. It's robbing your kids, it's robbing yourselves, it's robbing your communities, because once you get hooked on the dopamine need to see what's next here, those actually replace some of the receptors that are in your brain for the real dopamine experience. That dopamine is a neurotransmitter put into your body so that you could do really, how do I put this, strange and intense things for food and sex. That's the actual purpose of dopamine. Because back in the day, you might have had to, wander around 100 miles for food and sex. So dopamine gave you a little jolt of pleasure saying, go get them. That's what dopamine is for. Just around the bend and then 80 miles, you'll find food or sex. But that's what those receptors are for.
I remember in year 2001, I met a woman in Vancouver, meaning she saw a CBC documentary that featured me, and so we started talking, and I realized that I was going to be able to enjoy some shared intimacy with her, and so I drove all the way to Vancouver, 2,000 miles, to enjoy this lovely lady. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.